Well, that guy rocks. The guy made some new songs. We'll probably be listening to them in the background as we go through everything that's been happening. Fun stuff. I was told by many people how wrong I was, and they were full of shit. We're gonna go ahead and look a little bit of that. I'm gonna look a lot about. I'm gonna be going through different things. I don't even know what is going on. Put some of them. Gonna be going. So let's figure this out. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone is alright. Today, it's a great day. Today, I'll make my case to start the first official crusade by Emmet. The first official one. Yeah, we're gonna be covering, some people are full of it. I'm gonna go through different ideas. We're gonna be seeing different stuff. I hope it's not a doomer debate. I don't want it to be a doomer debate. I'm a little bit past that. As you can see, my sleeping has been all over the place. So if I'm a little bit skittish more than usual, it's because I sleep like 2 hours a day, 3 hours sometimes. So yeah, it is what it is. Ah man, it is a big soda and it's approved by Big Soda. Yeah. Let me just check my levels. Everything seems fine. There's a little bit of music in the background. I'll probably get rid of it once I start. Just saying hi to everyone right now. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate all of you. If you know of somebody that doesn't know where to be in the internet at this time of day, just bring him here. Get some. I wish I could. I just can't. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a. I can't do editing, but I hate doing editing. So the fact that I was doing that instead of sleeping until like 5 a.m. yesterday is because I just can't sleep. I prefer to just do something than being in bed. Dr. Sala says that I need to go to fucking bed. Yeah, I know. It's not gonna happen. To all of those that might be thinking, oh my god, he's an alcoholic now. No, I'm not. I'm just had one. This one. So. But it's gonna help me a little bit. It is. Pacifico. I don't even know if I can show it, so. But it is. Listen, we're gonna have a great time today. We're gonna have a great time. And the reason why we're gonna have a great time is because tonight. Okay, it's like that time when you go to Congress. And you're like, today is the day. Today is the day that we declare war. And this is a figurative speak. There's gonna be like a million people saying, "Oh my God, he said the W word," but I'm not. It's okay. What I'm doing is I'm gonna show you certain stuff that's been going on, and then I'm gonna share why I don't like libertarians. I just don't like it. I look well rested. Yeah, thank you. At least I look. At least I have that look. I'm better than on Sunday. On Sunday, I started having like some kind of hallucination at one point. Not hallucinations. I was just so tired that I started like having conversations with myself about stuff that didn't happen. So yeah. Fun stuff. People are gonna be like, oh my god, you need to go rest. Maybe later today, okay? Okay, let's start. I'm not gonna be a Spiro, so I'm not gonna go ahead and stop and not listen to any of you. I usually go ahead and listen to all of you at the same time. I'm gonna try to do that. I'm gonna try to read everything for this screen instead of from the other one. Yes, fence eaters, exactly. And I'm gonna show you why I don't like him. Because I do like chat. I like interacting with them. I like to have a channel with more than 2 people in them, Spiro, that's why. You suck, Spiro, by the way. Let me tell you that much. Any Crusaders? Probably later on. We're gonna go ahead and have a little bit of fun too. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's one more thing I need to add to the list of stuff that I want to show. Was shared by Grom's. I think I have it. Steam. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna start with this one, and I'm gonna put it on chat if anyone wants to use Steam. This is a great thing that was done. It was shared by Grumps, which is always nice to see. And this is very simple. Let me check that everything's working fine. Everything is working fine. We're gonna just. So this is a curator page. They created it in order for you to be able to see which games, and which who has been tweeting wrong thing. You know, this time I'm gonna start using their terms a little bit. Who's been wrong thinking? Who wrong thunk? Okay, so let's you can go ahead and see which kind of games. You can see games that are recommended that are just spoke against violence and stuff like that. You can see different ones. Okay, so I would recommend you to take a look at him. There's like a lot of different games, and there's always another choice. Like you can always get some of these games from another place. I'm not gonna tell you where right now because it's a little bit complicated, but they're usually way cheaper. Okay? If you have problems finding that out, you can hit me up on Discord. If you really want to play one of these games. Okay? Most of them are Bethesda. Bethesda was completely awful, but also Microsoft. And there are more, so I know, for example, that nobody wants to play this kind of crap. Yeah, look at this. Does it look like something you want to play? No. This looks like something you want to throw in the trash anyway. But yeah. They have, I don't know why, especially these kind of games. They have this awful art style that I can't pinpoint. Like the person knows how to draw, but for the art style, it's just awful. Like they make the characters look as horrible as possible. Faster than light is good. Let me see what FTL developers did exactly, because I know they're here. So, yeah, I think the game might be good. I don't think the game is bad, by the way, but Let me see what happened to Faster Online. Music designer on Blue Sky posted, made a post that called Charlie part of the 1940s German political party. So yeah, you can go ahead and get it. Depends on you. Okay, so this is the first part of these. This is the easy part. You know, I have to touch it because it's easier for us to have a place to go and see what's going on, and just be ready and be sure if something is going to happen or not. It also allows us to see which developers are at least in the non-stupid front. You know, sometimes you just have to accept the fact that some are stupid and some aren't. Cool. Okay. Next, I'm gonna show a series of. We're gonna start with a great tweet. This was this is the way that we are supposed to answer, by the way, to the dumbassery that these people are trying to do. So this is something that was covered by Spiro. So he tried to do something that's called a gamified. He gamified the theory of what their people are doing, what they're doing, and what they're doing is they're supposed to put us in an impossible situation, right? You're not supposed to be able to tell which one is good and which one is bad. Look up Bell Rider things on the internet. They're supposed to act like people. I'll check it out. This is probably more in the Spiro's area, but I'll check it out. So Spiro was telling us about how they are going to win, right? Whatever we do, they're gonna win. Okay, so that's the Steiny, you know, the fucking Coomer Gremlin, went on and spit an unreal. Elon Musk, another oh Jesus Christ. Another conservative just got me banned from Twitch. My entire income is gone now. Oh, so much for the party of free speech. The free Sprachen. Okay? We don't care. It's not about this. So, made by Jim Bob gives us the precise way of how are we to respond to this kind of dumbassery. Banning someone is free speech. So he was banned in Twitch in March 2022 and has not been able to come back ever since. We know this. What we are pushing for in the Twitch side is to Hassan, the dumb nephew of Cenk, but not by much. They're still on a race to see who is the dumbest streamer ever. Although one is supposed to be a news reporter. But in that race, you know, Harsan is wondered. He's wondering so far. Still winning. So yeah, just make fun of fucking them. Why do we care when they're fucking... Don't care. Fucking gremlin, okay? Banning someone is free speech. That is what we're supposed to do. We're talking about why do I dislike certain libertarians. But I'm not taking calls until later on. I might open the panel later on, but not right now. So yeah, just make fun of them. Oh, look at this, and then Rachel Wilson is amazing. So we're probably gonna listen to this, because why not? Rachel is great, so we should probably listen to what she has to say. So Rachel, I found this person now. What the hell's wrong with these people? Thinking it's gonna put call for people's on a live in just because they don't like what they say. Wow, let's see. Let's see the tolerant left.
Can we all admit TikTok that we wish that was Myron instead first? Like, don't wish death on nobody, but Myron gotta go. Myron, he got to go. Ratio that.
Amazing. Ah, the tolerance. Can you feel the tolerance? You remember that guy that called you, that was typing the other day in chat telling me that I lack empathy? He had so much empathy. The empath. Fucking empaths. Dude. So, the next one is funny. I like this one. And I like it because every single time these guys do something stupid, it's beautiful. Let's start with this. Let's see. Oh, Ashton, I see you. Oh my god, lol. More hazards at the same thing to her baby daddy. Poor guy. This piece of crap is called George Steen. This is the man who falsely told the police that he had pew-pewed Charlie. And this just happened that he is now being charged with possessing some pizza. No? That guy doesn't need a hat. He needs something made out of lead. That's what he needs. It's incredible that we can find these fucking people are always the same kind of people, right? Like, what are the odds that a young kid defended himself by going pew pew and the two people he unalived had some tie to CP? You know. Yeah, smoking spaceman, a lead hat. Let's keep it that way. Let's move forward. Let's move on. This is gonna be amazing. This is my favorite part of the stream. So we were told a couple days ago that there was no way that this guy was a lefty. No way. No way in all hells that this guy was a lefty, okay? So I want to go ahead and read a little bit of what we know of him. I need to. Okay. After reading the note, Roman responded, "What? You're joking, right?" So let's see what happens. Robinson. We're gonna go into a lane. I might read this as a retard, but you need to understand the context, okay? I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck ignoring for a little while longer. Yeah, should be long till I can come home, but I still could get my rivals deal. To be honest, I hope to keep this secret till I die of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You lived in Wicked, Wally. May the unemployment, universal women unemployment go as good as it has been. And then the roommate replies, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson says, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry." Roommate, "I thought they caught the person." They grabbed some crazy old dude. They interrogated someone in similar clothing. I planned to grab my rifle from drop point shortly after. But most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. This sucker had to. Sucker stood there for hours. Jesus Christ. He thought he was gonna be able to get her. Oh, the rifle back. My god. Ruined. Why? Why did I do it? Yeah. I had enough of this hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. Yep. Like, yes. Okay. This is some incredible, by the way. This is some incredible projection. So every single time these people lied, because they did, they told you, and I show. By the way, I will show you. I will show you how they got the whole idea to go out in the ethos and say, "This is a right winger." You'll see. I don't know. If I'm able to grab my rifle and see, I will be there. I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. It's a lie. More than likely a lie. I can't get close to it. There's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I could go back and grab it as soon as I got my vehicle. I'm worried that my old man would do if I didn't bring back my grandpa's rifle. I don't even know. I don't even know if I had the real number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to live in the bush where I change outfits. You have to. And I had the ability to attempt to bring it with. I have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F would I explain losing it to my old man? He reads like a dumbass, by the way. Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The messages were mostly a big meme. If I notice shit. I won't say that. Oh, Fox News, I might have a stroke. I'm gonna have to leave. That really sucks. Such dumb. Judging from the dead, say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I think that was a 2K scope. And then he asked to delete the exchange. They just asking photos for the rifle. The grandpa's asking him to get it. And then it's like, since Trump's going in office, he's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then he says that he's gonna turn himself willingly, and that some of the neighbors are deputy. Then he goes on to say, all I worry about, you are all I worry about. I'm not too much worried about you. I attend to the media, please, and take any interviews and make any comments. If police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer, stay silent. Jesus Christ. This sounds... You know who this sounds like? You remember? You remember that time when I was told specifically that he wasn't a left-winger? We don't know. I don't know, it might have been a fucking dumbass that keeps coming to our places and we keep giving him a space. Okay? And I'm gonna be honest, I will not be in any of his spaces anymore. I just want, he comes up, I leave. And people will hate me, but I hope you all fucking leave as well. Hello, Tulibug. Nice seeing you. Abe, welcome. Never Lucky, welcome. Word, you were here first, so yeah. The boy who has been at tomato panels before was a Marine. Said he thinks the shot. There's been like a couple of different people who were. There's been a couple of people who have verified the shot, and most of them agree that it came from that location. So, but we don't know in reality. So I don't know. It's allegedly. Alexander, welcome. Hopefully, Confluence hasn't left. I open the thing. Oh God, my brain hurts. I feel I feel dumber now that I read that. But I guess we had to read it. We had to read it so that people understand that we were fucking right when we were talking about of what kind of messages and what kind of people we're dealing with. I have a different tweet, by the way. This one is by none other than Andrew Wilson. By the way, we'll be streaming today. Should probably go watch The Invasion because it's fun. So I'm gonna read this one real quick. This is not dumb, so I don't have to read it. Dumb boys. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-G and T rights oriented. Because they're letters, remember? They're fucking letters. She stated that Robinson began to date the roommate, a biological male who was teeing genders. This resulted in several discussions with the family members, but especially within Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the pew-pewing, Robinson mentioned that Charlie would be holding an event at UU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Can you imagine? Can you imagine doing what his fucker did and still have the guts to say, "Oh, he was a hate"? Can you imagine that? I can't. I can't fucking imagine that. Like, I don't think I have the gall to say something so dumb in my life. I just don't. Okay? This is what are we gonna do? Well, what we're gonna do is pretty simple. What we're gonna do whenever they are complaining about having their own standards set upon them, we're gonna make fun of them. That's what we're gonna do. Whenever they're like, it may be free speech, we're gonna go ahead and make fun of the fucking free speech. We're gonna be like, oh well, corporations have the right. No, exactly what we're gonna do. Never lucky. Got one plan for Friday. Going to make some food here and include kids. Yeah, good. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. I agree. It's fine. I'm not. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and be like free speech. What we're gonna do, because that's what they did to us, right? Remember? They were just like, oh, free speech. Now, let's bring it more. What could go worse? Well, there's this place on the internet called Reddit. And you know what on Reddit happened? They banned Trump and his subreddit, and they've been closing every subreddit that don't like. If they don't like your subreddit, you're gonna get closed and banned and probably, you know, I do have a Reddit account, but Reddit is never used, and I keep it that way because I just don't wanna. So let's see. Brums, who is again great, tell us you don't hate Reddit mods enough. You think you do, but you don't. So I'm not gonna show obviously the rest of this picture, but you can imagine the rest of this picture. Okay, Redditors are now making they are using AI. You know, the grand thing that will take us out of the dumb age of men and put us into the stars. It's fucking easy. And what they do with it is, well, you know what they're doing with it. They're making some cornflakes using the image of the widow. Can you imagine? So there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be like, especially libertarians. Oh my God, that's not a crime. I don't understand what's wrong. Why would I be wrong? Oh, I know why it's wrong. And if you don't know why it's wrong, okay, and if you don't think we should be able to use any force that we deem necessary to get rid of this kind of crap, then I don't understand why you leave. There's gonna be a lot of people, by the way, that are gonna be like, "Oh, this is just authoritarianism," and in reality, it isn't. Okay, it's not pure authoritarianism. The reality is that we live in a place, where we have to have standards, and the standards of how we treat each other have to be set by. They have to be set. What the Constitution was telling us is, well, you are free to do it according to your state and according to your customs. But what we've seen is that there's this kind of people, called mostly libertarians, that what they want is to destroy every single standard. And what they do is not they destroy the standard towards having a better life or be free in accordance to duty, but in reality, what they do is like, well, we don't want to pay taxes, but we pay any tax as long as we can be scum degenerates. Okay? So, this, I have no problems to get banned 100% out of any reality. It's any force necessary for it. And people are going to be like, oh, that's authoritarianism. No. That is proper use of authority. If you think it doesn't exist, then you don't even understand libertarianism. You don't. Libertarianism has a big problem, and the big problem that libertarianism has is that it presupposes force. It does. And without force, there cannot be even libertarianism. What do they always go to? Oh, we're gonna have contracts. They always call up the contract. And guess what? A contract needs force. Because if somebody, if someone at some point decides to not be part of, if somebody at some point decides not to comply with the part of the contract, you have to use force to either get compensation or to dissolve the contract or to do something else. It's impossible to have a pure libertarian society without presupposing force. Mikey Ball, welcome. Mr. Welcome. You guys are great. So, yeah, there are gonna be a ton of fucking libertarians that may, because I'm gonna make this an actual video, by the way. There's gonna be a ton of fucking libertarians that are gonna come on, they're gonna be like, you made liberty. Yeah, I don't care. Don't care. Yeah, I hope you're having a great evening as well, Mikey. This, by the way, is a perfect example of standards not being. I can't show you the rest of the pictures. There's no problem with it, but I won't show it because it's disgusting. That's why. Okay. Time for the first video of the day. I'm gonna let it play because I said that that I wanted to show you where these lefties are getting their ideas from and who they're getting their ideas from. They will say, no, I got it on my own. Which is dumb because they have no ideas. Who of them has ever had an original thought? I don't know. Nobody. What about my cup of liberty? You can have some tea. I'm really glad that you're living your best life, Mikey. God bless. Yeah, so be ready, because this is gonna be fun. This person that we're gonna listen to, it's called the Coomer Gremlin. And we're not gonna watch the whole, we'll probably watch more than we should, but I just wanna show you this specific part, because I think this is the best, or the most important part, when he's talking about how the guy that we just read is a complete Tony Jesus Christ. A complete Rooney likes to suck some D. Because he's a letter Y, right? Also a letter. I would call it a G, but there's a specific man on the internet that is so dumb that will probably get offended by that. Hope you're watching. Hope you're watching, Tent Man. Hope you're watching how one of your people, one of the G's, did the most horrible thing. Okay? You know what Tenth Man said when when Charlie was when Charlie got pew pewed? You know what he said? He got the news with Glenn live on panel, and his first reaction was to say, "Oh my god, I hope it has nothing to do with the G's." That was his reaction. How can I fucking make it about me? Jesus Christ. These are the people. And these are the people that are being pretty much defended and held and bring forth by fence-sitting libertarians. Because at the end of the day, they are part of this. Merlin, welcome. Oh god. Jesus Christ. So, I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I'm gonna be muted for just a second while we play it so you guys can hear it without much interruption. And, you know, there are videos that just gotta let them play. I know you're probably sick and tired of these, but I hope it makes more sense now that we know what we know.
A half-mast in memory of Charlie. You posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday ending every conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro." That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time.
You know, it's your fault. It's your fault. It is your own fault. How dare you? How dare you vote for the wrong guy? It's your fault. In fact, you know what? It's so much your fault that I'm not gonna go ahead and violence because it's your fault. But it gets better. This is just the beginning. Look at this unhinged Coomer Gremlin. Okay? And the way that we're gonna get rid of him is the way to get rid of people like Ralph. You know, Ralph had the biggest podcast in right-wing media for at least a year. Got completely demolished. They took away his channel, his income, and everything in between. It's also kind of dumb, let's be honest, okay? But that's what we're gonna do with them. And then when they're complaining, we're gonna laugh. Like they did. So this is the actual way that we're gonna do it, okay? We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna laugh at them. We're not gonna be like, oh, they call us the same. We need to be better. No, not this time. Because game theory, and this is something that a lot of people don't know, it's based on a game that's called, mostly it's based on a game that is called Robbers, I think. The game is very simple. In this game, there's two people, and if they cooperate, they both get half of whatever they're doing. And then if one steals, he gets everything if the other one cooperates. And then if none of them cooperate, they get nothing. That's the game. Okay? So, the way that you are supposed to play this game is cooperate. You cooperate so that you both of you get the same amount of resources, and at the end of the day, everybody's getting resources. That's the whole idea. And the way that they realize that you should play this game is cooperate. And if the other person steals, okay, or takes, then you start being non-cooperative. So you start stealing too, until they cooperate. And once you both are in the same team and they both are cooperating, then you can start cooperating again. Okay? These people have been the team. I can do whatever the fuck I want and I don't have to cooperate with you. And we've been on the team, okay, let's talk this about this reasonable. Let's do X, let's do Y, let's move along. It doesn't work that way. Okay? It doesn't. At some point you have to be like, stop. No, we're not gonna cooperate. Screw you. And if we both lose, we both lose. And we're gonna do this until you say, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna start cooperating, and then we can start cooperating again. Okay? I'm not gonna allow anybody to call me any fucking socialist kind of thing. I'm not a fascist because I'm not a communist. I'm not a Nazi because I'm not a goddamn communist. And I'm not a communist because obviously I'm not a communist. You can call me anything you want. You can call me a knight. You can call me the Pope. You can call me anything like that. Sure, I'll grant that. But I'm not gonna grant you to call me any of your own stupidity that you created and are running so far away from it because we know how evil you actually are.
Time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened.
When? About fucking Biden. First year was horrible. Second year, they got the Afghanistan stupidity. Third year, we got the whole problem with inflation and the economy. Fourth year, nobody was saying nothing is happening. The fourth year, he almost got Donald J. Trump deleted.
Under Donald Trump, all of the
reason why I'm giving him the time of day is because he is the influence most of these goddamn scummies that come into our spaces take. If you think people like Brian, Doc, Melvin, Brick Clay, any of them, if you think none of them listen to these fucking goblin, my audio's cutting in and out. Okay, let me check. 1 2 1 2. Can you check Agrilepolis if it's still cutting? Yo. Good to see you, Joseph. I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing fine too. Let me check. Everything seems fine on my end. Okay. So, oh yeah, I was telling you that if you think any of the leftists are coming to our spaces don't listen to this kind of dumbass, you're wrong. They listen to this guy. They listen to this fucking piece of garbage, okay? And they are getting their talking points from this guy. That's why I want you to listen to what he has to say here. So you know what the hell is going on.
Recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
guy
white
described
dude. He wasn't
Destiny.
trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong on all of that.
To be clear, the guy.
There we go. That's exactly what I wanted to show. People yesterday and the day before were pretty much saying and repeating that these G guy was not on the left. So I want to show, and I want to show you the messages, and I want to show you what the people around him said, so you know this piece of crap was lying. But it's exactly the same thing every freaking guy on the left will say. And I'll show you, because I will, that that's exactly what happened. Because if you can count on someone being the dumbest people in the room, it's freaking Ryan. But we'll get there, Before that, I have a different one. And this is gonna be pretty fun. You know why is it fun? You see this guy? The amazing Lucas. He's been around. He's been around us. Okay? And what we're gonna do every single time we see this kind of is what we should do. First, what I should do, and what we should do, is just take this guy and send him back to a place where there is no violence and everything is perfect according, because of the, the color of the skin. We should probably go to, I don't know, Nigeria, or Mozambique, some place like that. We could probably give him a ride. This guy thinks that his skin color is some kind of shield. And you know what? We shouldn't allow that to happen. It's not a shield, this is just melanin. So, what we're gonna do is we're not gonna engage with him, and we're gonna try to find a way to get him the fuck out of the internet channel. Or should we keep him here? This comment made me laugh. You know, you know. Says, the whitey, oh no, whitey violence need to be studied. It has. And it doesn't look good for you. It doesn't look good for this kind of skin color, does it? Interesting. It made me laugh because they're so dumb. But in reality, what I wanted to show you is one of them good people, you know, the same people that we are sharing everything with. That at some point we're gonna have to understand that they are the same people we see around. And obviously, I don't have to tell you we don't need more violence. What we want is just to have the same standard applied to them. Okay? They will go on and tell us how much of a racist we are because of their skin color. How about we put them in the same plane? They're gonna use a skin color as a way to call anybody a racist. Well, whenever they talk about the color white, it should be the same. Whenever they saying things that they consider to be racist because of their skin color, and they then apply it to another color, then we're gonna go ahead and call them out on them being racist. Probably we should get them out of the fucking internet, okay? And when they start crying because of more free speech, we're gonna, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna laugh at them. Now, this doesn't mean, by the way, does not mean that I want a loss on the past. That's not the point. The point is, the system already exists. They set it up. Okay? And if we have to go on and sabotage every company until they apply it the way we want to, we will. We have to bankrupt every single company, we will. Must be done. Has to be done. We're gonna get these people out of fucking places of power. We're gonna institute good people. We're gonna do it right. What are we gonna do? Okay, and there's gonna be people gonna be like, especially libertarians. How do you know they're good people? Well, let's say they're bad. Okay, I prefer the worst Christian than the best fucking atheist. The worst Christian is 10 times better than the God forsaken, dumb, um, atheist. Okay, I'm gonna read this one to you, so you know what kind of awfulness we're talking about. I told I told my wife about Charlie. We both applauded and listened to Feels Like Summer by Childish Gambino at full volume in our Escalade as we drove our kids to a water park with executive tickets with line passes because I can afford it. Like it means fucking it. I saw this video and told my wife it was going to be an absolute banger of a rant. I was very right. LOL. I'm saving 1251 to 2449. Where you threw a straight boiling fucking ether into some trailer monkey eyeballs. Their pride to be part of not giving an F about Mr. Capital Gums with lowercase. Ron Paul? Really? You think he was better? What was his grand thing that he did that's supposed to be so much better? Besides fighting Trump on every single occasion that they could. Cat, welcome. Every single time they had to do something that needed to be approved, Ron Paul was there. Ron Paul was there to try. Try and stop it. Because of his libertarian principles. Of course, they don't apply to anything that has to do with lining his pocket or degeneracy, but on everything else, he has to. It will be like, well, it's better than the worst possible politician. Well, what has he done better than Donald Trump? He wasn't even a full blown politician. Confluence, I would tell you to drop it. Okay? Just drop about the opioid things. Because if you wanna come on my panel, I'm gonna respect my mod. Or I'm gonna ban you. And right now I haven't slept much, so yeah. So glad the racist dead. 200 years ago, he would have been a slaver. 100 years ago, a clanner burning our town. Just letting you know, dude. Fucking letting you know. Okay, we can finally move on from these dumbass. So what are we gonna do? Listen. Probably, yeah, we're gonna do it. Why not? Why the fuck not? Awesome. So now we can go the beginning. This interesting experiment. And what actually caused me to do this stream, which is interesting because I'm gonna listen to myself and I hate listening to myself. That was not my question. My question is, what was the thing that Ron Paul did that was more effective than Trump ever? Oh God.
Separation of church and state. Congress shall make no law.
Separation of church and state. We have to separate church and state. We just have to. Come on. We just have to separate it. Why?
Laws respecting the establishment of a religion.
Right.
I disagree. I think we should force everyone to at least pretend to be Christian if they can go.
Yeah, why not? Why shouldn't we just make everyone at least pretend to be Christian, the Christian nation? They make us pretend to be secular in a non-secular, in a Christian nation. They're like, well, we're the minority, but you have to respect minorities. Well, I know it's majority rule, but you have to respect minorities because separation of church and state. Jesus Christ. K2, it's over, bro. It's over.
Then you are not a Christian. Sir.
Then you are not a Christian. Why do I care? Why do I care? It's like, oh, I'm gonna force you to go to church at least once a week. But in your heart of hearts, you're not. Yeah, I don't care. You're gonna act as if you were a Christian in a Christian nation. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. Brought up but the forefront a lot of big issues like the fair reserve, international public tension, as well as keeping Christian messaging while also focusing on civil liberties and non-interventionist. I understand what you're saying, Patrick. That's not the question. The question is, what did he do that has been more impactful than Donald Trump? This is the problem with libertarians as well. Libertarians will come up and tell you all of these great ideas. Okay? But they will sell every single one of their great ideas if they can come. The moment you put anything they can come to in front of them, they'll be like, oh yeah, well, I have to pay 30% more taxes. It's either that or not cooming, and I think it's better to coom than to pay less taxes. So, don't care. Let's move on.
Wait, no, we know exactly. Wait. We know exactly what people do when they don't pretend. We saw it live on national television when they go ahead and
don't do that
because they called it. So I will go ahead and say, yeah, I would be perfectly fine
All right,
to have
Emmet,
a civil society to take them, and yeah, let's go.
No, we have.
Yeah, let's go. Like, whatever you want then. By the way, I have nothing against Dan. Dan's a great guy. It has nothing to do with him. The reality is, I want to see you to see somebody else. Somebody else is gonna take away the mask in a moment.
We have to have a common set of values or rules if we want a society. That's just a fact.
It is. So I disagree with this. We can. Okay, you can
No,
go
but
ahead
the thing is, Emmet,
you can
that
pretend all you want. It's fine.
no,
It's fine with me.
but Emmet, God disagrees with you because you have to do
Is he in the
this
chat?
from your.
This fucking guy, by the way. I understand what he's saying. He's talking about the concept of can you force people to believe in Jesus Christ? No. But you can force them to go to church. There's a big gap between one and the other. It's like, oh, you cannot force me to believe in God. Yeah, I can't. But I can force you to come to go to church. I don't see a problem there. Stillman, welcome.
Your own will. This has to be your own choice. You cannot be forced to do something
That's an outright lie.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, of course. I don't have to force you to actually believe in it, but I can force you to go to church. You see the difference between one and the other? I hope people understand the difference between one and the other.
Listen, I agree with you. You don't have to accept Jesus Christ in your heart, okay? But I want you to act as if you did.
Yeah, you don't have
But I want you to act as if you did. The whole point. Like you don't need to believe in that. You don't have to. I want you to act as if you do. Oh, Jesus Christ, did I fucked this up. Jesus, no. What did I do?
Well, with the whole thing, there's like gay marriage and there's like other ways.
Oh God.
You don't have to accept Jesus Christ in your heart, okay? But I want you to act as if you did.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Shut up, Spiro. You're worse than me. You literally went on and called everybody in chat the worst thing in the world, and then you don't even save their name. You go on and be like, God, you Spiro, you suck. X, you suck. Y, you suck, and then you don't even save their names. Okay?
To be a Christian, but you have to follow our laws. If we're the people writing the laws.
Yeah, see, those are two different things.
No.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to believe in anything in your heart. But if I have a law that says that you have to go to church, you have to go to church because it's the law.
You're trying to make them two different things. What we as Christians and what most societies throughout history would have said is you can disagree. You don't have to be a Christian.
At least they make arguments instead of a Spiro who just read papers.
But if we have laws and things that we do in our nation, you're going to be a part of them if you're a part of our fucking nation. You don't.
That doesn't make you a Christian.
You going to mass, for example, would make you a Christian.
Yeah, well then we agree.
Going to mass or going.
Mr. Minister says, I pledge allegiance to American nation under God. Wait, do we do that still in school? The Ohio poker said, I did it because there were no public Islam prayer areas. Oh, I see. So, what if he was in jail because he didn't go to jail? I'm sorry. He was in jail because he didn't go to church. That would be a good idea. We can get this kind of people that way. I have no problem with that. You're not willing to pretend to be part of our culture, then I don't want you to be part of our culture. This is one of the greatest planets I've seen. Well, yeah, it was good. I mean, I watched until I rage quit. To be honest, I got mad in this panel. I was very fucking mad.
To liturgy wouldn't make you a Christian. You still have to do it once. Still have to do it.
No.
You have to.
Dude.
Yeah.
But are you gonna force people to go to church or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna
Why
ask.
not?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, the thing
You might as well be trying to
implement.
implement Sharia.
Kitsune, would you?
Why? What is that the same as Sharia? Do you know what Sharia is? Sharia law is it's a holistic law. So it includes every part of it. It's all of the state. It includes all of the different parts of the state. Yeah, imagine that you could have anti-blasphemy laws. Interesting, right? It is weird that you could have anti-blasphemy laws and the First Amendment at the same time. I wonder why.
See,
that's where you lose me, even Emmet.
Would
That's Sharia law.
Who the hell cares if I lose you? By the way, the whole point of it, by the way, the whole point of it is I'm trying to ask them why is it wrong. Guess how many of these people who are using libertarian ideas are gonna answer me about why is it wrong?
Oh my God! Would you say no? You don't have to believe it.
No, we actually have some.
That's exactly what the Muslims
in our
say.
countries.
Exactly what the Muslims say.
Yes, and you know what they're doing? They're forcing it. They're enforcing it. That's the difference between. That's the difference between them and us as people. They are like, yes, we are willing to use force to get what we want. That's the whole difference.
No,
that's what Sharia law is.
Says. That's not what they
Yes,
say. Okay?
hold on.
Yeah, it
hold on.
is.
I gotta say this.
Oh,
Please
God.
bear with me. Bear with me.
Mhm.
We actually got some new countrymen coming into Norway now,
Mhm.
and Scandinavia and Northern Europe trying to make.
Is it, Cat? Is it the thumb again? Is it the thumb again? Please be the thumb again. Jesus Christ.
Comply with Sharia law.
Yeah.
And if there are enough people and they think this is the right thing to do, they will make everyone do that, right?
Yes, they will. They actually will. And you know what is? I don't. The question I'm asking is, why is that wrong? Yeah.
And I'm not saying obviously because I am a Christian myself. I don't think that's a good thing.
No, it's bad. I dislike the sand people. Okay, so.
Okay, so the problem I'm saying here is that yes, it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing if people go to mass, if people go to church, they're actually going to get something really good for eternity, right?
That's the community and God and congregation and God.
But the thing is, you can't force people to do that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can actually do it. There's a lot of ways to do it, by the way. One of the ways to do it is that you can just not accept them in your business at all. Which was one of the things we could do in this country, by the way. Yeah, fuck some people.
Yes, we can.
That's the problem.
Yes, we can.
If you mandate it, you're no better than the extremist Muslims.
Yes,
if
we
you
are
mandate
better.
it, you're no better than people pushing for Sharia.
No, we are better.
Emmet,
we are so much better.
Yeah,
because
we are better, so much better because we are Christian.
So we're better.
If I could please, Emmet.
All right.
Here's the thing, okay? Whenever you aspire or espouse a particular proposition or a particular preponderance of the law, the one thing you need to consider, especially in a nation such as the United States or such as any nation in the West that honestly acknowledges and represents its own parliament or its own Congress, is that when you put the shoe on the other foot, what happens? Okay, so if Christians win the Congress, win the House, and start implementing a bunch of Christian laws, that's great for us. We're very happy about that, and we're very ecstatic. What happens when it's Muslims? Okay, do you want that to be possible?
I don't know. What would happen when a majority Christian nation start
Maybe we shouldn't let Muslims in our country.
That sounds like a bunch of Christians were told that they couldn't use any of their power to impose any of the rules, and instead they're elected their duty to a bunch of Muslims that will do it anyway. So that's how it sounds like. It sounds like liberalism is a dumb idea. Instead, I would prefer to have power and use it with the people that actually want to use it for the benefit
I
of
love
their
your framing
nation.
of that. I would love to have power.
Why? But why? Wouldn't that?
Oh my God.
Wouldn't that drive for an uprising of everyone who's against what you believe, too?
Yeah,
and cause.
it would be horrible.
Yeah, there'd be chaos. There'd be probably more shootings. There'd be a lot of violence. But I guess that's okay because you're pushing, you're enforcing your religion on everyone. So I guess it's
okay. Amazing, just great. So, I want you to understand the context. We're talking about imposing law. So we got to power through democratic means without using violence, and then using our will, we passed laws that are Christian laws. And this guy, to me, is literally threatening violence because we did that. See this? Right now, there are places in the United States that have books that they read cornflakes to kids. Okay? And Christians have been so nice, in a sense, that we don't see... I don't remember the last Christian uprising. People are gonna be like, January 6th, that was not an uprising. Can you imagine if there was an actual uprising of the amount of people that actually have pews? When was the last time that a bunch of Christians that are the majority are uprising because a bunch of secularist lunatics are imposing things on us? But this guy can threaten you. Okay, he just threatened violence. Let me put it this way. Let's walk you back a little bit. Let's see what he has to say again. I want you all to realize what he's want to say. Okay.
Okay. Do you want that to be possible?
I don't know. What would happen with a majority Christian nation? They start
maybe we shouldn't let Muslims in our country.
That sounds like a bunch of Christians were told that they couldn't use any of their power to impose any of the rules, and instead derelict their duty to a bunch of Muslims that will do it anyway. So that's how it sounds.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? I'm talking about a bunch of Christians going on and using power when we're talking about the setting up rules, which would mean through Congress in order to be able to set up the laws of the land. That's the point. It sounds like liberalism is a dumb idea. Instead, I would prefer to have power and use it with the people that actually want to use it for the benefit of their nation.
I love your framing of that. I would love to have power.
Why? But why wouldn't that?
Oh my God.
Wouldn't that drive for an uprising of everyone who's against what you believe? Too.
Yeah, would. By the way. Okay, but what we're talking about, what we're gonna see is we're talking about the actual usage of the law and how to get to set power by using the system that we have right now. But Kitsune just goes on and just takes off the mask. He's the lefty, so he has to do it.
Yeah,
and
it would be horrible.
Yeah, there'd be chaos. There'd be probably more shootings. There'd be a lot of violence. But I guess that's okay.
It's your fault that there's violence. Your question is a Socratic question. It's not a question. It's an accusation. It's your fault that there's gonna be violence. How dare you Christians use power to set up the rules using the democratic system that we have? How dare you to cause violence? Okay? Listen.
There'd be chaos. There'd be probably more shooting.
You believe? Wouldn't that and cause?
Yeah, there'd be chaos. There'd be probably more shootings. There'd be a lot of violence. But I guess that's okay because you're pushing, you're enforcing your religion on everyone. So I guess it's okay. All the chaos that stems from it.
In a
See? I guess it's okay because you decided to use the democratic power and impose rules using the system that we have. How dare you?
Multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-whatever society, these things increase and happen anyway.
So, what I can say is there's a caliphate, there's a new caliphate, it's called the Caliphate of Londonia, and I don't see anybody doing much about that.
What I was trying to say here specifically is that there's the United Kingdom has been invaded by a bunch of sand people, and they are imposing Sharia law. Do you see any huge amount of violence going on there? I guess it only goes one way, right? And libertarians know it.
Here's what I'm gonna say about what you're saying, Emmet. I think that the zeal you have is the right kind of spiritual zeal. Don't make it legal, but have it in the spirit and fight.
Why not? So the question is why not? They can do it. They can go ahead and jack every single of the power of the institutions of power and set up in law every single one of them. They know we're gonna go abide by them because that's usually what we do because we're civilized. And then they're gonna go ahead and use all of these institutions of power and they're gonna weaponize them against the majority of the people. And once the majority of the people have a way to counteract it, which would be through democratic policies, so that we can get the Christians in power, they're like, no, you're not allowed to do that. And I don't understand why. Except that a bunch of freaking libertarians at some point said the government is the worst thing that has ever happened because they realized that, the government intervening in the economic sense was worse for the economy. which makes sense. You know, if you have a free market, when it comes to the economic sense, it will be better. Although we will never have that, because we do have reasons why we don't want a complete free market. We don't want to have open slave markets, for example. We don't want that. We don't think that's moral or righteous or good. And there's gonna be a bunch of economic outlets that we're gonna say, no, we don't want them. I think they're realizing that I need to give my rant. And that's why they have been behaving really nicely today, my pirate kids. What are they, Patrick? Is there any libertarian that has any sense? Like, the problem I have with the libertarians, as I said, is that they will go on and comb their way. They will comb their way to defeat. If any libertarian has the option to vote for less taxes and less combing, they will vote for more taxes and more combing. Every single one of them. It's like degeneracy is the bread and butter of libertarians. And whenever they're in power, they are unable and unwilling to do anything anyway. No, we cannot vote in this field, because if we do anything, we're gonna, like, listen. Okay. Libertarians are, you know what? Libertarians are like Steelman. Steelman is a true libertarian. I can say that. He will go to the end of the earth to do the dumbest thing ever for his freedom. So I'm sorry if there is the one magical libertarian that is incredible. No. There's a reason why being a Christian is so much better. I will, if he wants to. I obviously will debate him. But I mean, the whole point of libertarianism at the end of the day is going to be the pursuit of power. That will be the big part of it. Let's finish this. I think there's more.
For it and speak about it in the United States of America and all the Western worlds where we have freedom of speech. You use that as a power tool and you speak it. You don't make it.
For how much? I don't even know.
Law. Because then you go against that freedom of speech.
Blasphemy laws are a thing for a reason. They should be a thing for a reason. Are they an infringement of your speech? Yes. And, you know, there are things that you're not supposed to say. One of the things I would say that I would love the government to do right now is to make it so that whenever you're called a Schnazi or a fascist online, okay, there's an expedite process for you to be able to sue someone and get reparations for that claim. It will be like, sue, it goes to an expedite process, and I get compensation almost immediately. And, you know, that would be it. That would be one of the things I would like to see. Is it against the First Amendment because people want to call you things that you are obviously not, because you cannot even be part of them? Because they're historical acts. They're historical. They don't exist anymore. Okay? The people who were there are now dead. If there's one or two still alive, it would be a lot. I think 99% of them are already dead. And more than likely 100% of them. Anson is the one true libertarian. I would say that the only liberty you can have in the world is in Jesus Christ, Patrick. So Anson is just a slave of his own mind.
Know that God is strong enough in spirit and in power to go and get through the minds and the spirit of those he has chosen, right?
Yes, it doesn't mean that we don't have a duty to our kids and to the people around us.
So,
yeah, but do you serve the Constitution or do you serve God? You can't serve two masters.
Well, I don't even.
No, the Constitution is not. No, the Constitution. Hold on. I'm going to answer. Let me answer that question.
What I find funny is that nobody cared about the veil thread. If you do anything we don't like, you're gonna uprise and you're gonna be a lot of violence and a lot of pew-pew. It's gonna be your fault. How dare you want to have... How dare you want to impose law using the democratic powers? Anyone tell me why would it be bad to use the democratic system that we have right now to impose laws in accordance to a Christian doctrine, to Christian ethics? It would probably lead to
and cause.
There'd be chaos. There'd be probably more shootings. There'd be a lot of violence. But I guess that's okay because you're pushing.
Okay, so he says it's probably, and then he says, but I guess it's okay because you caused it, right? It would probably do it, probably, but you caused it. You are the one who caused it because you wanted to use the pacifist, a peaceful process to get law passed so that you can have a more Christian nation. It's your fault. How dare you? So, what do I want? What would I really want out of libertarians? To get the fuck out of the way. Maybe. At this point, that would be the best thing we can get out of them, I think. You're a girl and this passive aggressiveness is off the charts. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not advocating for violence here. I was saying, hey, I want to use the democratic process so that we can have laws that are better for us as Christians. And these guys pretty much saying, well, yeah, but it would probably lead to more violence. Oh, but it's your fault. How dare you use the democratic process? The same process that we went and say that you are the guys that are destroying democracy. Do you remember that? Who is destroying democracy? I remember. How dare you? Now, this wouldn't be the end of it if I don't show you me just losing my mind. Why not?
Chat for you to say a thing. It's from Kokomo right there. Could you say that?
Guys, you're right. Right. You're so right. You guys are so right. You guys are so right. I tried to.
Oh, wait. I might not be able to go through these because fucking Kieran pisses me off. Okay, so I'll try. Just bear with me.
Extended olive branch to Ryan so many times, but now I fucking hate that guy. I'm back.
Ryan, do you disavow right-wing political violence?
I disavow all political violence.
Ryan, what happened in Minnesota wasn't a right winger. It was a former employee of Tim Walz.
He was an anti.
I'm not pissed off. I was trying to show the whole thing and the whole picture of it, right? So I would recommend you to watch this episode because I will make a video out of this specific one because it's a good one. But what you missed is me going into a crusade against libertarians.
The abortion activist.
No,
who was also anti-LGBTQ.
Look it up. He was a former employee.
I looked it up yesterday.
I don't hate liberty. As I said, I think the only freedom you can have is in Jesus Christ. So I dislike false liberty.
Literally yesterday on my stream, we read about this.
Yeah, bullshit.
Did you use ChatGPT?
Yeah, bullshit. Well, I mean, like I did. I don't know what to tell you.
Ryan. You know, I stuck up for you all this time.
But you're not going to stick out. You're not.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Why you would stick your neck for these dumbass?
You're going to stick up next to me when I'm telling the truth.
No. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna lie on my name.
Ryan.
No, you're a liar. The reality of the thing is that the reality of the thing is you will not disavow political violence on your side.
I literally said I disavow all political violence.
No.
I remember that time when we had to say Black Lives Matter. We said all lives matter. Oh, that was violent. I don't know if you remember. Oh, I'm not showing this. Jesus Christ. Why don't... This is your fault, Spiro. This is your fault. I blame you. Why? Because I'm bad at these. That's why. Oh, God.
Ryan. You know, I stuck up for you all this time.
But you're not going to stick out. You're not going to stick up next to me when I'm telling the truth.
No.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna lie on my name.
Ryan.
No, you're...
You know what, Spiro? I got a fucking L thanks to you. So, it was thanks to me because I fucked up, but I got a fucking L nonetheless. So, chat, give me an L. I deserve the L. A fucking L. Jesus Christ. And the worst part is Spear's the one who told me that I got an L. Jesus.
You're a liar. The reality of the thing is that the reality of the thing is you will not disavow political violence on your side.
I literally said I disavow all political violence.
No.
See? Yeah, all political violence.
That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out.
No, it's okay. He's just saying all.
It's a cop-out. It is a cop-out.
I don't care.
Do Black Lives Matter?
I don't have to answer the question how you want me to answer it, Emmet. Bitch.
Oh, you don't.
You don't have to answer it how we want you to, but we have to answer you how you want us to. That's crazy.
Ryan, I would hate something happened to you.
What was it you asked people for months on end?
Jesus Christ. Jesus, I disavow myself on that one, I guess. Shouldn't have said that, but I was very mad.
Would you stand with us against Trump for like whatever? I can't remember the exact question.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I would still ask if you would, since he didn't.
So
even
would you stand with us against leftist political violence?
So what's well?
So will you stand with us against leftist political violence? Well, there's only one side that's being political.
Including Trump. You know, this is fun. So we're talking about leftist political violence. And he's like, oh, I will do it against all, including Trump. Why do we care if you're gonna stand with us against Trump? Jesus Christ.
Politically violent.
Do you stand against Trump's political violence?
What political violence?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What he literally? Okay, so first of all, he literally tried to overturn a free election. Like,
They can't get out of it. They can't. It's just it's like that time of the year, you know? Like that time of the month. But every time. They talk and it's the first thing that comes to mind. Oh, but you remember Gen 6? Do you remember J6? Christ.
He did not.
Oh my God. Yeah? Really?
By having his fans storm the Capitol.
Having his fans.
And your side literally shot a father of two in the throat. Stop doing this. That's having his.
Yeah. So Ryan.
Yes, he's serious.
Ryan, how many recent you know? I'm trying to stay TOS.
Oh, I can't hear.
How many?
I think my headphone might have.
How many people walked into a place of education with a pew who was also, you know, like a gender bender recently?
Just
trying to be TOS.
Oh Lord, I can't do this. I have other stuff to show anyway, so let's do that instead. I just can't. I can't. I go watch it. You know what? Go watch it. Go to Abe's channel. Go watch it yourself. I just God. Let me go ahead and share that. Here. Let's Apes. Go watch his stuff. He makes great stuff. Okay? But that's not the end of it. It's not the end of it. Because why should it be the end of it? This is not it. So, L, this is not an L. I'm showing it. Shut up, Spiro. Okay, let's watch this one. Wait, is there no volume on these? What?
Condemning the violence, and they all say that I'm just lying about it. They all say that I'm
What is going on? Okay. Guess I have to do it this way. Because somebody decided to show us this. So, let me know if you can listen to this.
Condemning the violence, and they all say that I'm just lying about it. They all say that I'm just like speaking out of both sides of my
You
mouth.
should tell them that you're a peach compared to me and what I've been like on Twitter.
Can you guys listen to it? Wait, you should be able to, because this is going through. Okay, why? Okay, let's. If you're joking, oh god, I hate you. Whatever.
Condemning the violence, and they all say that I'm just lying about it. They all say that I'm just like speaking out of both sides of my mouth.
You should tell them that you're a peach compared to me and what I've been like on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I believe. Well, then definitely be careful what you're saying on my stream for my sake. All right, but
for my sake, ha ha ha.
Yeah, I'm not going to do any memes, but my whole thing was been they made a meme out of George Floyd, so it's time for return fire, and that's all I'm going to say.
I also think
damn it, that's going to be clipped out of context. Fuck, I am bad.
I support your free speech, but for again for your safety, I'd be careful, but yeah.
Oh no,
I disavow. I don't think it's good for people to meme about it. I don't think it was good for them to meme about George Floyd. I understand the reciprocation of it, but I think it's I think they're both bad. And right now, I mean, I think the right primarily is responsible for de-escalating things right now, and I don't think they're doing it. But I think that they need to. But yeah, anyway, that's just a broader statement.
I definitely think that Charlie Kirk thing's popular to talk about because it is a buffet of social issues to talk about for both sides. Like there's so many angles to talk about. It's irresistible almost.
Yeah, like our relationship with death and mourning and like our actual cultural practices and how they're kind of like post-Christian and believing like there's someone looking down from the afterlife. And if you speak ill of them, you're going to like offend the angels in heaven or something like that shit.
Also, it brings up the cost of doing business as a concept because I like to remind people that approximately 35,000 people per year die from auto fatalities. You ever see people getting mad ever about that? Never, ever. No person will ever protest the 35,000 deaths per year from automobiles in America. And do we really care about death? No, we care about the things that are fun to care about. Because it's not fun to restructure the roads to trains and public transport with walkable neighborhoods. That's not fun to talk about.
I think there's more. I was sent this. I'm gonna watch it. I hope listen to it. Why is there no sound? Makes no sense. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a nail. Whatever. You know what? I'm done. I'm done with today's episode. I'm gonna be worse than the Spiro. I'm not gonna show that one up. You can go on and I'll put it somewhere so you can watch it. Alright, we'll see it next time. I'm gonna open the panel if anyone wants to come in and tell me how wrong I am about disliking the libertarians. If anybody wants to come up, I'll give you a little bit of a space. I'm not probably gonna stay that long today. I have probably an hour in me at most before I start losing my mind. I also have other stuff to do. I'm gonna go ahead and grift a little bit because I need money, because that's how life is. I have reduced tariffs on pixel art for today. So if anyone wants to have some pixel art being done for them, or if anyone wants to give me a tip, or anyone wants to do anything like that, you can. It's gonna be 20 for. It's gonna be 20 for whether you have time inside of you, because that's how it works. Okay. If anyone wants to have pixel art being done, it's 20 for just a static image. It's going to be starting for 30, depending on how complicated you want, if you want to have an animation. Yeah. No, it's not 100. Jesus Christ, I forgot to put this correctly. Right. So, pixel art character. Yeah. Okay, so this is what we're gonna be doing. What I'm gonna be doing, and I need some money, so I need some. And that is what I want. Hello, K2, welcome. Oh, I see the problem. The problem is that I am not listening correctly. Why? No, it's not you. It's me. It's a me problem. K, well, come back, K2. It was a me problem. Professional streamer again. On the bright side, we can actually watch this now.
Common law, because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times in the Constitution. It doesn't refer to God at all, and it only articulates the structure of government.
So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding. All 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. Almost every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitutions. You remember, we're a collection of states before that. Secondly, 55 out of 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. Common law is an outgrowth of the scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, and jury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles, wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is in Leviticus 19, right before the most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is that you should love your neighbor as yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal: neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you're all one in Jesus Christ, which we get the idea of human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal. Okay. Laws of nature and nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ, as it says in Revelation, that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer very specifically. Thirdly, as I said on the stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious, in the time of the founding when they were putting together the Constitution, more than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions, it was Moses' farewell address as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral and religious people. It was wholly inadequate for the people of any other. The body politic of America was so Christian and was so Protestant that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
Yeah. There's no liberty with, outside of Jesus Christ. So, hello K2. Hello Big Soda. Hello, Fourth Sergeant of Arms. Yeah, it was me. It wasn't you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. Professional streamer, boys.
I hear you, K2.
I hear you as well, K2.
Oh, good.
Wait, it's me again? Jesus Christ. It was me again. Jesus. Oh no.
When I first jumped on, I saw Emmet talking and I couldn't hear him, so I didn't.
Great. This is just great. This is just great.
This is the K2 show.
No, it
I
isn't.
hijacked the panel, and I am your new pope, and we're gonna start the crusades. We're gonna free. Oh shit, he's back.
Yeah, calm down, mister. I'm gonna take your post. Jesus Christ.
He's been waiting for that moment.
He's like, oh, you're gone. I'm gonna take care of the cult. Jesus.
He said, this is my crusade.
Yeah. Hello, K2. Hello, Sergeant Board of Arms. Hello, Mr. Big Soda.
Hey, buddy.
That was pretty funny. You can't lie.
It was pretty funny, yeah. Yeah, I've had a great day. As you can see, I'm doing amazing. Apparently.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Did you see your hoodie that?
Yes, I love my hoodie, by the way. It's the best hoodie ever. I'm gonna bring it up. So good. I'm gonna make this an actual hoodie. I'm gonna make it an actual hoodie, and we're gonna sell it. The Michigan University hoodie. Yeah.
Emmet went to EMU. Emmet's Michigan University.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Where is? Did you put it in Funny Bones? Yeah, right.
I think I didn't put it. I think Sport Brand put it in photo. It's in one of those files. I don't think it's in Funny Bones. Maybe Photo Share.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
You know who else went to EMU, don't you?
Who?
I don't know if we got any football fans, but Antonio Brown, he went to EMU before he went crazy.
Well, guess nothing's been good out of Ypsilanti, Michigan, ever since. So. And they play in the MAC. If we're gonna be honest.
Hey, it's a very deep and strong conference.
This is like the best hoodie ever, by the way. Just love the hoodie. Emmet, Michigan EMU University, and it's yeah, it's great. it's the EMU University. And edge them all with zero content on all tech, but shut up, Spiro, shut up. This was amazing content, okay? He couldn't stop watching. He was at the edge of his seat, watching everything unfold.
I was gonna ask you, Emmett, have you ever heard of Hans Hermann Hoppe?
Who's that person now? I don't remember names. I probably heard his ideas, but I don't care about names of people.
He is. So you were talking about libertarianism earlier. He's a libertarian that is like, let's just say people on the left would call him a fascist, but he's a libertarian, and he basically believes in using really aggressive use of his freedom of association to essentially remove people from society which do not agree with you.
Okay. I would agree.
So, like, obviously, the people with proclivity towards their same sex, for example, would be people that they can't get jobs, they can't buy food, they can't buy a house because people don't agree with them. The communists the same.
I understand what you're saying, but let's pretend that there is this body of bunch of thugs that have. Let me put it this way: this is a problem that I have with libertarians, and I've never heard anybody go ahead and tell me where am I wrong. So, let's say that I'm a libertarian, and I get a bunch of my libertarian friends, and we decide that since that our business is gonna be protection because we're a bunch of macho guys, strong and powerful. Okay, so we go around the city and we start saying, "Hey, you want to buy some protection or else?" And there's nobody else in the world except us that have a bunch of, the thug-looking guys. Why am I doing something wrong according to libertarians? I'm just offering a service.
Well, I feel like you're assuming an anarchistic libertarianism, and then also I think you're also assuming that libertarians don't have any. You're separating or you're maybe conflating a political philosophy and a religion, like saying basically the libertarian can't be a Christian at the same time.
No, they can't be a Christian and a libertarian. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I would recommend you to go ahead and check with the priest, but I think it's pretty much a heresy, the libertarian idea and the Christian idea.
Emmet's a Pope mob boss now.
I also think you're conflating, like thinking that all libertarians have to be for like global homo, let's say, and stuff like that.
No, all libertarians are.
I have a proposition you cannot refuse.
The basic principle of libertarianism states that you have to respect the project of life and of another person. It's a basic principle.
It's non-violence and really voluntarism is the basic principle.
Well, no, voluntarism is not the basic principle. The basic principle is the respect of the people. As long as they're not violent, you have to respect their life choices. So let's say that there's two adult brothers that are going to be doing whatever they want to do in the bedroom. According to a libertarian, what will be wrong?
Why they can have a moral philosophy that is separate from their political philosophy and still apply both.
No, they can't.
Like, i.e.,
Because
use their.
The presupposition is the non-aggression principle, right? The no harm principle, aggression.
Yes, but they can still use their freedom of association to make that person not do that thing.
What if they're aggressed upon by another person that has nothing to do with that?
They can defend themselves in the same way that, I mean, even using non-aggression principle, you can libertarians can justify any aggression to the state because the state already continuously aggresses them.
Okay. You know, at what point do we... Okay, let's put it this way. Let's say that you are Cuba and the United States military with all its might is going to come after you as you surrender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
How are they going to defend themselves?
I mean, they're not. They're going to lose.
Okay. Okay, so
What
that's
does
the
that
end
have
of
to do with anything?
libertarianism. So
What does
that's
that
the
have
end
to
of
do with anything?
libertarianism. Thank you. Great libertarian principle. I love it. It's like, well, if reality comes and hits me in the face, that's the end of libertarianism. Yeah.
I don't understand how what you just said.
I
is
agree
connected.
with you.
Well, wouldn't that happen to all ideologies though? Like even Christian ideologies?
No, Christian has different ways of utilizing. They use different methods when they're not in power to be able to recruit people and bring them to Jesus Christ. And they don't need to be in power in order to be effective. The first 1, 2, 3, I think the first 3 centuries of the church that were prosecuted, and what happened is the church grew, and then they were in power for pretty much 1,000 years, and the church was able to sustain itself, and now they're not in power again, and the church is still growing. So the church has ways to being in power and out of power, and still sustaining itself, including martyrdom, by the way, which is a way of doing.
I guess what I don't understand is, I mean, pretty much everybody is going to have to use or can use force, like what you're talking about. And so I don't really know why that would be that. I don't see how that's a unique weakness to libertarianism, even based on what you just said.
Because you don't have a way to. You're presupposing force in libertarianism. You're always presupposing force, and then you're pretending that you're not. That's a big problem with libertarianism. And what they're doing in reality is doing a negation of principles, especially Christian values, and pretending that the Christian values are the problem of why is it that they don't have access to power. This is specifically seen because of this is specifically seen in how libertarianism came to be, which is during the French Revolution and then during the deposition or the revolution that they happened in the United Kingdom. So those are the two big fronts, and the first child of libertarianism was pretty much communism, which evolved from France and became communism in Russia.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just don't see, I don't know. I think that it is much more, I think that because we're using different definitions is why we see the weaknesses or strengths as different. Because I think that most libertarians, well, not most libertarians here in America necessarily, but it depends on what kind of libertarian you're talking about. Guys that read Lou Rockwell and Hans Hermann Hoppe or Murray Rothbard are definitely not going to be the same kind of guys as who the Cato Institute guys and the Mises Institute guys are going to be completely different in how they talk about these kind of things.
Okay, let me put it this way. There was a guy that was that didn't want to bake a cake for a later people, right? And what happened was that he got hit by the institutions of the law. So if you're pretending that everybody's gonna just shun the people when there's an institution of power that is preventing you from doing so because of a bunch of laws from the 1960s, there is a big problem when it comes to that kind of libertarian idea. You cannot just use freedom of association in that cases, and it presupposes you're still presupposing power, because at that point power is going to come and they're going to force you to do X, Y, Z or thing, especially in places like the United States.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's not a problem. Like, I don't.
It's not a problem.
Well, I was going to say, in your scenario, in a libertarian society, would they technically not have the right to refuse service?
No, that's exactly the opposite of what they would have. Is everybody has the right to refuse or not associate with anyone at any given time for whatever reason they see fit.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm talking about with the aggressive use of freedom of association.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that right now there's force applied upon people that use freedom of association.
Yes, but we don't live in a libertarian society.
So
right.
When then the problem is the same thing. The problem is force, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. After that one time going up I-75 and seeing like "Don't Tread on Me" flag, but it was a rainbow with that on it.
Oh no, that's
parents are gay now.
Yeah, no, that's a really bad part of the party, I would say. Yeah. I will grant you that a lot of your critiques that you gave earlier, Emmett, are extremely accurate and valid. Specifically, libertarians being more focused on being libertine than actually espousing libertarianism. Like they just want to do their degenerate stuff and not have anybody bother them. That is 100% true.
Oh yeah.
I agree. Like whenever they make statements about economy specifically and the study of the economy, when it's ESA statements, I agree with them most of the time. They're right. 99% of the time when they're talking about the economy. The problem is that they will not use anything. Like they refuse to use any kind of power, and then they what they've done is destroy the idea that the people that like Christians or the West should use any kind of power in government, and it just allowed the leftist group, which are pretty much libertines, to get in power and impose whatever they want.
Well, so I think, like I said, it depends who you're reading, right? If you read Hans Hermann Hoppe, then Hans Hermann says that once libertarians seize power, they need to deport all of the alphabet people and all of the communists and socialists, because you can't, essentially people that are that divided from us, like the people that want to slay unborn children in their mother's womb, they can't be with us because we're not going to come to compromise on some of these things. And so they have to go away now and be somewhere else. They can't be here anymore. And he's completely fine with using force for that kind of stuff. Like that's a running joke about Hans Hermann Hoppe is he believes in throwing communists out of helicopters.
Yeah, well, it's like the only the only way to get rid of them. They need a shower.
So you should look into him. He's a big anti-democracy guy too.
Well, yes, but what is his power in a monarchy with the church being part of the state? Because if he's not,
he prefers monarchy. He prefers.
Monarchy. Then again, preference is different, right?
Well, I suppose.
That like it's not the preference thing. It's like I see the. It's not something I prefer. It's like this is what I want. I don't prefer it. I want it. And the reason why I want it is because of the church. I want the church to be part of and to be able to give guidance to the state in a way that is symbiotic. That they both are together. They are both working towards the betterment of society. So we have a place for the soul and we have a place for the body.
No, I 100% agree with that. Obviously, as an Orthodox Christian, but I think that also having an emperor or someone at the head like that is in the church, but is not like the head of the church, but is over the physical state. I think is good for the church as well. Yeah. Good for the people. I mean, look at just Constantine calling the first ecumenical council and things like that, or all of the emperors calling the ecumenical councils at that time.
Yeah, and the reason, well, I mean, the church cannot be once in power because of Chalcedon.
Yeah, they can't serve in civil positions like that.
Yeah, they can't serve in civil. The big problem that they have with the Pope was he declared temporal supremacy, so he was calling himself pretty much emperor. And the reason they split was because of Chalcedon, and Chalcedon saying that they couldn't do it.
Now, I will say, Emmett, you realize that a priest, if a priest is attacked, he cannot like fight back either. Like if you go punch
That's why that
an Orthodox
guy.
if you punch an Orthodox priest in the face, he cannot punch you back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
but that doesn't mean that the congregation cannot go ahead and crucify you.
No, I just mean if you're talking about you were talking about force doctrine though, so I was like, the priests basically have to live by that same
the
doctrine.
priest cannot go ahead and hit back, but the congregation could go ahead, seize him, go to proper authority, and crucify him. You understand
That's
that,
true.
right?
I do, yeah.
So I don't have a problem. Like, I understand what you're saying, and he's showing like the idea of being godlike, in the sense of Jesus Christ. When he was hit, he showed the cheek. But the civil authorities are different. They are set up by God, and they reflect pretty much the state of the nation. So if you have a moral nation under God, it will be a better system than if it's a degenerate people. This is one of the reasons why Andrew will say that he doesn't care much about the system. He cares more about the people and the culture. That's the reason why.
Well, yeah, because politics is downstream from culture, realistically. So if you can affect the culture, you can affect the politics in a roundabout way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was talking to Glenn about this the other day as well. I was talking about. It wasn't divorce. I don't know what it was. Oh, I think it was divorce. But getting rid of divorce, about enforcing. I've been doing the enforcing marriage, and he was like, "Well, you want to go back to 1950s?" And I'm like, "No, I want to go forward. I want to go forward and put it up so that the next generations get to actually enjoy that."
Well, I heard Glenn. I've actually debated Glenn on this, where he was talking about he would rather marriage licenses be something you have to renew. And if you decide, I don't want to renew my license, then you're not married anymore. And there's no divorce or anything. You're not married anymore because you just allowed your license to expire.
Yeah, but
so effectively, you're
Christ. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like, people don't understand what marriage is, and they never take into account the other part of marriage, which is.
Well, and if you're doing it in a Christian style, I mean, Orthodoxy, we don't necessarily believe that people outside the church are married anyway.
Yeah, but there's no other way to do it, right? Because otherwise,
right, yeah.
I would say this. I understand the Orthodoxy, but when I'm talking about marriage, I'm gonna be a little bit. I'm gonna try to broaden it a little bit and be like the people, this man and a woman and the kids. That would be a family, which would be under marriage. But the idea of marriage is that family is together because of the protection of the ones that are in peril, kind of. Those that are weaker and that would be the woman, for example, when she's pregnant, the kids when they're growing up, the parents when they're old. So it's a holistic system, and that is why you're having marriage, because of the whole thing. So it's not about you feeling nice.
And that's what I was getting to, is that like you have to remember your vows before God if you're doing it in a Christian sense. Even in an outside the church sense, the priest will tell you if you are living together and you're having kids and you're acting like you're married, then you both should basically take on the responsibilities of being married, even if you're not in the church. And because you're acting like you're married as far as everything you're doing. So now you're both responsible for each other in the same way.
Yeah, I agree. Like
just de facto.
Yeah. If you want to come up, anybody who wants to come up, I have 2 more spots. Well, I have 2 more spots.
I really do think you should, because I really do think you should talk to Anson. I think Anson really does, if you've listened to him long enough, which I know you have. I mean, do you realize that he says a lot of libertarian things?
Yeah, I know.
Just saying.
Well, I don't like the time we went through the whole process to actually have a conversation after he stopped trolling me, which was fun. But that was a good conversation. That was an actually interesting debate. It's just he was trying to figure out how to do the whole tag argument without the idea of God, and the problem is the mind, right? There's always going to be a problem with the mind, and you have proper. Well, in my view, there might be someone who has another idea, but in my view, the problem is the mind, and you cannot have metaphysics without a mind.
Can somebody link me that on Discord or in the chat, please? That show, because I missed that one and I would really like to hear it, because I know he's talked to me about him making a tag argument and having all the syllogisms without having God. But I haven't. Me and Anson are more when we and him do get together and talk. We don't get to see each other and talk as often as we would like to, and so we tend to enjoy each other's company more than like engaging in mental gymnastics with each other.
I'll try to find it. You have me in Discord. I'll try to find it and send it to you. So I have a lot of, like, I've made a bunch of shows. I have like 50 videos, so I have to come through.
Yeah, I have you on.
You should rename that one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, if just type something there. I haven't slept, so you just need to tell me like what you, and I'll put you on not read. And then I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Okay. I don't. It wasn't that many shows. It was maybe 10 shows ago at the most. Like,
it was like 10 months ago, 10 shows ago. But I need to check it. And I love Anson. Yeah, I do somehow. Hey, Cecil, how you doing?
What's good, brother Bear? Thanks for having me.
You're looking better every day. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I ain't trying to
working out.
I ain't trying to get any worse.
You working out?
You've been working out? Huh.
You've been.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ. Good job.
Uh-oh. Did he glitch?
Good job. But yeah, it was pretty much my critique of his argument, because I went on to it ended up with me asking about the future. Is the future a thing? So, and he was like, it's somewhere in the universe, and he was like trying to say it's the present, but then it's the present, not the future. So yeah, it was a good talk, but it ended up at the end in a bit of absurdity, because I think the mind is an essential component, and he cannot give me the mind of the universe without the person. And if he does that, then it's God, right? Then you're pretty much saying, hey, there's this thing called God.
If you remember what I told Marilyn, I'm living in the future, so the present is my past, Emmett. So that's
what is today if not yesterday's tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about Marilyn.
No, it's all.
We're all gods.
I'm done.
I don't want to talk about it either.
I'm done with the philosophical argument against that one, because
Emmet, you're God. You just don't know it yet.
No, stop, please.
Jesus.
You're gonna summon her.
You gotta say Marilyn 3 times.
I'm working. I'm working through theosis. Okay, leave me alone.
She's all right. She might be like a little misguided in her theology, but like she means well.
And she's confident. She's very confident.
I think it's because she has Spaniard
confident.
blood.
I would say arrogant. I would call it arrogance.
Okay, I agree with that.
That makes a little bit more sense. I see. So.
But she means well, though. She means well as a person. It's just she got bad theology. That's all.
Yeah, I can't have her on if she's gonna talk about theology, though.
It's like it's pretty much like if you were to talk to any other agnostic, like New Age person, they would give you the same babble.
Yeah.
Steelman is like, "Where are you, buddy?" Okay. He had at least 5 people to chat with the space of the internet with the top 5. The top 5 people my least favorite to talk with on the internet. Well, I would guess first is obviously Ryan. Second one would be Doc. Third one would be Kale. Kale was an awful person to have on.
Oh my god. What about the Thorpes? They're fun.
Fourth one would be Ben Thorpe. I did enjoy my debate with Grace, and I don't think she's
no, Grace is cool, but like that dude's a whack guy.
Well, they're both one at the same time, right? But I mean, Ben is way worse than Grace.
I feel like he's trying to do the Andrew thing, like I'm trying to be outrageous and this and that, but without like no guidance. Like it's more just throwing insults and shit.
No,
that's what we do here.
He's a drama farmer. I know what he's doing.
Cow.
He's kind of a lol cow. He thinks he can get money out of it, and he's like hijacking at the same time the fact that that Grace is good looking. Okay. And young.
I could fix her, Emmet.
No, dude, the first time I met him, I was so confused because I thought his like daughter was his girlfriend. Like this girl was like sitting on his lap or something like that, and like I'm like, that's way too young to be his girlfriend. Like this is weird. What's going on? And then later I figured out as his daughter.
Yeah, it's like, not the girlfriend.
Well, I don't want to talk shit because I'm very close with my family too. Like it's great that they're close, but like.
Number 5. Let me guess. Let me think about that. No, it would be Clay Bricks. Clay Brick is as dumb as a rock. So I don't like talking to him. Like the time I've talked to him once, and the one time he talked to me, he very arrogantly said that he was going to logically explain how the law of identity is self-defeating. So when when he did that, I just decided the law of identity didn't exist anymore, because why the fuck would I use it? And I was just asking retarded questions that need to do with identity, because, you know, if you have no identity, how do you know you're not a dog? It's that simple.
What if I want to be a dog, Emmett?
I don't know. Maybe you're a tree. Maybe you're air.
Bark at the moon.
Are you? If you have no identity, what are you? I don't know. Something, but I don't know. He also said that he was going to explain that logically and made a bunch of assertions and was not able to do a syllogism, which is very funny. And number 1 least favorite. No, it was the worst is Ryan. Ryan is the worst, in my opinion. From the people I can speak with, like if it's from the space in general, I think the first one is
Ryan that bad? Like other than his like stupid stuff he spits, like
he is. You have to watch the episode you have to watch today's episode. I go through all of it.
Oh, you had something? I didn't see that.
Yeah. You have to watch
does
it.
That. He does that weird feigning genuineness, like it's the liberal thing, you know,
they
where you like
do that.
feign...
Yeah, they always do that to give you like a false thing to like, oh, I'm on your side, and then
Then they're actually just completely bad faith, or they act like they're naive to whatever we're talking about in the beginning, and then they're just completely bad faith like halfway into it. Yeah.
You could see it was it was like a similar thing. You were playing that the clips earlier of Andrew, right, on Pierce Morgan. And
yes.
You could see the same thing with
well,
who was the other conservative? Who was the guy they had in the suit and tie?
Oh,
Cornel West or somebody else?
Yeah, he wasn't talking, and while he wasn't talking, they're like, "Oh, Andrew, he's one of the bad white boys, but this guy is okay. He's not going against us right now."
Posobiec was just, dude. God, that's heartbreaking. Okay, the whole thing from Posobiec point of view is heartbreaking. He was like friends with Charlie.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I remember. I was my mom like ran over to my house and was like banging on the door. I thought something bad happened. I was like, "What was it?" And then she's like showing me the video of it, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I don't want to see that. Like, don't show me that." I was like, "That's terrible." Like, I couldn't believe when it happened. I was like, it's like I think a lot of people got a good point. Like, you won't forget, like kind of like 9/11, like where you were when it happened, because it was so like awestrucking.
But what I was showing is how the Coomer Gremlin was pretty much giving the talking points so that the other people in the space was able to.
I love it though. He's a perfect example. Like when you see this, you're like, yes, this is what they're saying behind closed doors. This is what they
No.
actually think. They won't admit it.
He's setting up the narrative, and if you listen to Ryan, for example, because they listen to this guy, they're just saying the same things.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it. Like first of all, it's the lies, and anytime you prove the lies are wrong, then they just start obfuscating. Like when you prove the lies are wrong, they're gonna be like, well, why should I care about his death when there's children dying in Palestine, or something like not even relevant.
Sub Prime Master Debater, is that Anson? That sounds like Anson. that seems to me. That's a good one. Yes, that's Anson. Yo, Anson.
Well, I heard I was summoned.
Well, we said your name 3 times because it was part of the conversation, so maybe that's why.
The virtue roll.
You're the one true libertarian, so that's why you had to get here, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm calling the Crusaders. I'm calling the crusade against the libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, Patrick knows me in real life, so he knows that I'm actually a libertarian. So on the internet, Patrick, I'm a monarchist. So don't go telling people I'm actually a libertarian.
Okay. My bad. That's my bad. Guys, actually, Anson's a one true monarchist. That's my bad.
Yeah, that's fine. That's correct.
When can we start deporting these people?
Did you say when can we start deworming people? I don't know. Ask Kissy Cat. She took the dewormer.
She did.
No, I'm talking about deporting like these people who are like advocating for violence.
Oh,
can we
deporting.
We take some of these immigrants and replace them with these people calling for violence and deport them? Give them their citizenship.
Yeah, that's I like that. That's got some merit to it. Like which ones should we start with? The ones that we're going to replace, the ones like the conservative ones.
The darkest ones.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, like the ones with a dark sense of humor.
However you want to interpret what I just said is fine.
Anyone who calls someone a Nazi, let's just deport them. Anyone who like uses this rhetoric.
Well, hell, you'd have to deport half the people I talk to on the internet.
Or you know what? Like, how about what about a train? Can we put them on a train? How about that?
No.
Yeah.
I
don't know. That
have the train take them to a camp of some sort.
This guy's got good ideas. K2, I like what he's saying right now. He's coming up with good idea.
I'm gonna Google industrial oven real quick. Hold on.
Okay, good. Thank you. And see how many cookies can we make a day.
Make sure you get a patent on it. You can monopolize it. This could be
God, Cecil, I'm gonna have to drop you if you continue this kind of logic.
Okay. I was like, let me not come up and be controversial.
Jesus Christ.
Well, what's wrong with Googling industrial oven? Those things are really cool.
Nothing.
I mean, they're really hot.
Nothing.
Really
cool. I have a Steelman in the back, and I have only 6 spaces because I'm cheap. Because nobody wants to buy pixel art anymore. That's fine.
Holy shit! These Terrics, what the fuck? 100? I saw that.
I told you I'd buy pixel art, but you'd have to produce it first.
No, that's not how it works.
Hey, Emmett, I'll step down for Stillman if you want me to.
If you want to, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay.
It's getting about late, and I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Okay. Any last words, Corey?
I would like to thank my sponsorship from Big Soda, Big Pharma, Big Military, Big Mexico, and Big Guitar.
Okay. Good job.
And hey, y'all guys have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Later, brother.
Later, Corey.
Peace.
Yeah, like all
Jesus
jokes aside, I don't think we're gonna see it in like America, but like I really think we are setting up for something bad. I think they are going to radicalize people to where like people are really going to be asking for violence.
I don't think I hope that we don't get there, and I think that we can just do it in the same process.
Not, I don't think in America, but I'm saying like in you know, like the UK and a lot of places where they're pushing this stuff, and they don't have someone like Trump to save us or whatever. So their stuff is just getting worse, and it's going to become a point to where they're going to fight back because they don't want it no more.
I don't know. You see that last march that they had? That was a lot of
dude, it was crazy.
They're gonna do what they did in Nepal and storm their parliament and burn it down. When did they get to the breaking straw?
That's crazy. Do you know what caused the Gen Z protest in Nepal?
Social media.
They banned social media, and the Gen Zs decided that they wanted to have their TikTokings.
Hey Emmet, what's your @ name on your channel? It's hard as hell to find every time I delete one of my channels and start a new one.
Is state_of gaming.
Oh yeah, that's why it's so hard. It doesn't have anything to do with your actual like profile.
Yeah, when I look up Emmet, it's not like the first ones to pop up.
Yeah, man, you got to fix that, bro. Your branding sucks. That's why you're not selling pixel art.
Just make it an easier findable name.
Jesus Christ, you guys suck. It doesn't matter.
Look, it's
This
not
is
a love,
marketing.
brother. We're just trying to give you constructive criticism.
I'll try.
Oh, Anson, have you seen the new hoodie, Emmet? Hopefully, Emmet will start selling soon.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
Oh hey, that's pretty. I like hoodies.
I want one.
Yeah. Do they come with a pack of Skittles?
Yeah, sure.
But like
The emu.
oh, I didn't even notice he's got the Mexican flag on it. I like that.
The emu, Emmet Michigan University. Yeah, it's me.
Well,
I
before
don't
it gets
get
too
it.
far out, thanks, Big Soda, by the way. Appreciate it.
Are you really selling that, Emmet, or is this like a meme?
Yeah, I will. I'll find a way to get it to
I was like,
get
what a
done.
grifter! I was like, this is such a grift, Emmet University.
I want it. You know, I want the comedian
Still a
girl to
diploma.
be like.
You come with a diploma too.
I want the diploma girl to come to my channel and
I'll
be
send
like.
you a little paper and you can hang it on the wall.
What were you gonna say, Steelman?
Yeah, I wanted to bring something up with Steelman.
Oh, I was just thinking Big Soda. I was thinking Big Soda. That's all.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Bren.
Hey, Steelman, like, so, like, I know, you know how you got the, what is it, the anonymous masks and everything, and George Orwell, what is it, V for Vendetta or whatever? Like, you remember what that whole movie was about, right? They banned the Quran. Wasn't that what it was?
So I don't know if that's like George Orwell, but
Yeah, right. It's not.
It's not. But yeah, it's V for Vendetta, right?
But what was the movie about? They banned the Quran, right?
You know, to tell you the truth, I don't think that it had anything to do with the Quran, unless it was like some sort of thing that I was missing.
That was the thing, is that they banned the Quran, and I was like, you see what's going on in the UK? It's like literally we're watching, like yeah, I know you really like that movie. I was like, we're watching this in real time.
Well, so okay, so it's actually also because it goes. Yeah, we were watching that in real time. It was really interesting because it was about like a virus and all this stuff, using to control the people or whatever. But it goes back to Guy Fawkes. I don't know if you know about that. It goes back to the story of Guy Fawkes and the gunpowder plot to basically blow up like the British Parliament. And so it was a guy named Guy Fawkes, and that's the story. But he was ultimately caught, but he had like filled the basement of the Parliament with like explosives.
Yeah.
And it's the
You're familiar with, like, you know they have like all the blasphemy laws and stuff like that, right? Like you can't speak bad about Muslim or nothing like that. Like they'll arrest you, like
Yeah.
in the UK.
Yeah.
And
We
I would
love bacon.
in the UK, you're saying, huh?
Yeah. So I'm saying like the movie V for Vendetta like is happening in real time in the UK right now.
Wow. Yeah,
that's
I
what
didn't really.
Go ahead, Steelman.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't really know that was going on right now.
Like you can't they have you can't speak bad about the government and this and that on the internet. They'll come. There's like police thoughts, like It's the same thing with if you're praying outside an abortion clinic, they'll arrest you. You know.
Wow.
You know who can talk bad about the government?
We can. We're American.
American.
But now look, there was a man who was burning the American flag outside of D.C. and they arrested him, right?
Didn't that make it illegal there?
So the thing is,
I don't think burning the flag is illegal, but like burning the flag in the middle of the street should be illegal. Like you can't start fires in the street.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
do
yeah.
arson.
So
if you buy a flag, go home and burn it. Yeah, that's shitty, but you are allowed to do that.
yeah, it's and just to clarify that whole Trump thing, you know, and I'm, you know, let's just say I kind of fancy myself as a legal scholar, and to make a long story short, his executive order didn't actually change anything. You know, all he did was say enforce existing laws that are already on the books. He literally did not attempt to even carve out any new laws or statutes or requirements.
It would be the same thing if there were protesters like standing in the way of traffic. When I think about like burning shit in the street.
Yeah. We can't burn anything in the street. Yeah.
Yeah, he was just, you know, pulling up old inciting laws or whatever and stuff like that, and trying to say like, let's try to enforce these more, but they were already enforceable, you know. But the thing is, so what he was talking about is that it is a dangerous line because so there's books like, I think it's Chaplinsky, the Supreme Supreme Court case of Chaplinsky, where he called the cop a damn fascist, and you know he was arrested for that. Well, yeah, and he was arrested for that.
The left and the right, y'all a bunch of If you're not a Republican,
He's
fascist,
inciting violence in your chat, Emmet.
if you're not, I am. If
Cecil.
you're not a Republican fascist, you're
No,
a leftist
Cecil.
fascist.
Hey, stop. Stop. Don't.
Well, so the thing
No.
is that this is what Trump is
Jesus
Trump doing. He's applying these old Supreme Court cases. So like, the guy was actually arrested for calling the cop a damn fascist. It went to the Supreme Court and they ruled that that was incitement and that you know it was inciting like
It is incitement of violence.
So technically, according to the Supreme Court, right? If you call
it is incitement of violence.
Yeah, so if you call a cop a damned fascist, people think, oh, you can have the freedom of speech and you can go call the cop a pig or whatever the fuck they want. No, if I was a cop, a cop can literally just arrest you for calling him a pig and say the Supreme Court says, according to Chaplinsky, that's incitement of violence. So that's all Trump is saying, is he's saying let's sort of crack down on these bad Supreme Court rulings that we've stepped away from and let's step back to them and say, look, even if you call a cop a pig, let's arrest you. You know, and you could do that technically.
I'm
you
tired
can't
of
do
the,
that.
like the, I'm tired of the
Wait.
According to
Cecil, give me a second. Just a second, okay? Still, man.
do you think, brother?
It is incitement of violence. Calling
Right, that's what
someone
I
a
just said.
fascist or a Yahtzee is incitement of violence.
Yeah, because words are violence according to the leftists. See, Emmet's making a leftist argument right now.
No, I'm
because
doing.
He's a woke leftist who needs a safe space. For being woke.
I'm doing an is statement, not a not statement, and you can't tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you're wrong. You're
How?
being a woke leftist, right? You're like, oh, words hurt me. Oh, I'm so.
Words have
sensitive.
meaning, yes, and they
but
can
Emmet,
incite violence.
Yeah, and you don't have any control over your emotional reaction because
It's not about emotional reaction. It's not about
instead
me.
Instead of taking responsibility for yourself and your response to the words, you're saying you can't use those words.
It's not about me.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about you. It's all about your cope, right? That's
It's about
22-year-olds. The words are mean, so the cops can't.
Yeah, they do
just
have
a-
meaning.
The cops are big meanie heads, and they don't have any responsibility or any accountability for their actions, like they're damn women. That's what your argument is.
What? No, it's not even against cops.
Emmet.
If you call any person a Yahtzee or a fascist, you're inciting violence against that person.
No, you're not. No, if
Yes,
you call me
are.
that, you're not inciting violence. No, because I'm not
Yes,
going to
I
get
am.
violent
What
if
should
somebody
I
calls
do?
me that. How?
Okay, Stillman, what should I do to Yahtzees or fascists? What should I do to them?
I don't know. Hear them out. Have a debate with them.
I just hear them out.
Hold on, you're using logic.
Well, because
what should I do to people that go on and delete 10 million other people? What should I do to them?
That's I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
We can debate
let's think.
numbers later, okay? You go bake some cookies. We'll talk about the cookies later. What? Okay, let's pretend that it's true. What should we do to people that eat 10 million? I'm sorry, that delete 10 million people.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Let's do that. Are you? How many numbers have the U.S. done? Let's see here.
Jesus Christ.
Because I know.
What
Stalin
about
did, 40?
ism?
China did 80.
Just speed up. What? Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah,
what
so
should I?
is calling someone a communist incitement of violence, Emmett?
This is what I want to get to.
No, it wouldn't
Nice.
be because in this culture we think that communists are base, but it should be because in reality
but
we
Emmett,
should
if I wanted
go
to punch
ahead.
you-
We should go and do exactly the same thing that we do to Yahtzees to communists. Okay, probably take them. I would put them in a helicopter and theoretically give them a ride to the ocean in a very safe place.
Okay, but Emmett, under your logic, if you said something,
No, he's Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Yeah.
Emmett, if you said something
where's your Minecraft server? What's it called so I can join your lobby?
Oh, dude, come on. Let me get into
All right.
that. What are you talking about?
All right,
It's
you
called
motherfuckers, dude. Are you guys fucking joking me?
It's called the Vatican, okay?
Emmet's,
Go ahead.
Emmet's trolling right now.
I'm not trolling you. Why should I troll you?
He's basically like, how can I sound like a feminist? That's what he's doing. You're doing a really good job, Emmet. I'm super proud of you.
No.
It's like
out of this man's mouth. Yeah.
At least I'm getting some. At least someone is proud. Okay, so that's all I need.
Yeah, because what the
All right,
what
Steel
the
Man, go ahead.
What the ruling is saying, what Emmet's saying is okay. So if Emmet says something and it makes me want to punch him in the face, then that's his fault. If I punch him in the face, that's his fault and not mine. And if you call a cop a pig or a fascist, and then they punch you in the face, that's your fault. No, the cop's supposed to be trained to be able to be called a fascist without punching somebody. If they have to get violent from calling somebody a fascist, that's not our fucking problem. That's theirs.
That's their problem. So the fact that you're inciting violence is the problem of the person that commits
That's
violence.
not truly inciting violence.
You
See,
have
truly
absolutely no
inciting
responsibility over what you say either. It's like, oh,
That's like
I have no response. It's incredible that we can come to this point where everything. Wait. On the other side. Okay, on the lefty idea, everything is an incitement that they can use and politicize and weaponize any kind of language. But if we were to say, hey, you know what, we're not gonna allow you to keep weaponizing language because this is incitement of violence. You're like, oh my God, you're just a feminist. No, this is the problem that I have. This is the problem with I have with libertarians. Libertarians will go on and they will complain about every single thing that any Christian do or say. But they will open their asses to any sand people or any feminist to fuck them. Okay, so I will not allow it.
That's exactly the what about the men though feminist argument. Only it's what about
the men though?
Yeah, you're doing the what about the men though.
No, you're doing the what about the men though. You literally asked me about the communists. Well, but what about the communists?
How can I sound like a feminist?
But what about the communists?
Arguing politics is what you're doing.
No, it's a good question because this was a question I had. Right, like we know how Charlie Kirk died is because in an incitement of like this rhetoric and stuff. But like, where do we draw the line to where you're actually doing a call for violence and free speech? How can we differentiate these two? Like, I'm tired of descriptors and I want some prescriptors. Like, how can we actually figure out to make things better?
You're making a great point. So according to Emmet, Charlie Kirk, what he said should have been illegal. We should have banned his free speech because it incited violence, according to Emmet.
I need you to tell me.
Don't obfuscate, Steel Man. No, I'm just asking.
No, I'm not obfuscating.
I need you to give me an example. I need you to give
you see what I'm saying?
Example. No,
I
need you.
I get you're contending with what Emmet said.
No,
but
I need you to give me wait. I need you to give me an
ahead.
example. I need you to give me an example of
Okay, now I get what you're saying, Cecil.
I need you to give me an example of what exactly he said that was considered to be violence.
Yeah. So Cecil, and this goes to Emmet in both of your questions, right, if I may, is that he wasn't calling people to say, hey, you guys should go out and commit violence on these people.
But
that's
aren't you?
What? Okay.
By calling people a Nazi?
A Yahtzee.
No.
A Yahtzee.
How are you telling people to do violence by calling somebody that? That's a political you know, that's political expression by saying you're doing something that's against freedom. You're
Are Nazis
being tyrannical.
good?
Yahtzee, Cecil, use that word. Remember,
Oh, sorry.
TOS.
Schmatzi?
No,
I'm
no, no.
sorry.
The way that we use it, since we've been so, you know, propagandized into believing that they were these evil people and all this stuff, we've been taught that means it's against liberty, right? It's a
No,
like
it means
tyrannical.
it means that people. It means that the leader of people that is willing to do anything to impose tyrannical regime, and you should do anything possible to delete them before they do it. That's why it's incitement.
Yeah, but didn't our forefathers say
Do
that
you
anyone
understand
that
what I
encroaches...
said? Could you
But
repeat what I
Emmet,
said? Tell me what I
yes,
said.
But here's how I see it. As our forefathers says, anyone who even encroaches on the gem of liberty should be viewed as what you're saying, a total tyrant, enemy, and an enemy of liberty.
And
Emmett, it's a cultural problem. So you're
them.
from Mexico, where the cartels rule everything, so you don't really understand what liberty's like. So I think it's just a cultural emergence. You need like a few generations in the United States to figure out what it is that we're talking about. I think it's just more of like a Mexican issue that you're having right now.
Yeah,
But
it must be my Mexican blood, you know?
Yeah.
It's like the melanin. The melanin on my skin.
I don't it doesn't seem like things are gonna get better. It just seems like the right is gonna the leftists are gonna become Yahtzees as their own. They're just gonna become gay Nazis.
No, Cecil. Now you've made the assertion that things are bad several times, and you need prescriptors to. Like, what's so bad? I mean, nothing's really changed.
I mean, I think a man getting killed in cold blood for speaking the truth is pretty bad.
That's happened a bunch of times in our nation's history. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is another Martin Luther of our time.
No,
it doesn't mean it's a good thing.
That was the FBI.
No, so politics is inherently violence, right? It's just that
What?
Yes, it is.
You think politics should be violent?
No,
it's inherently violent.
Fine. I agree with you. I agree.
It can be aggressive, but not violent.
My prescription is we can do it better.
More cowbell?
Why am I wrong? If your prescription is everything is supposed to be violent.
No, I didn't say everything is supposed
to
be
violent. In politics, if everything in politics is supposed to be awesome, amazing. So why, if that is the case, in this hypothetical, then why shouldn't we have a bunch of deletion squads go after every single one of the leftists, including people like Steelman, for example, and just impose whatever the hell we want? And if that is the case, I don't see what is wrong with it.
You're misunderstanding.
No, you are misunderstanding then, because then it's not inherently violent.
Intentionally misunderstand what I'm saying, because I made one comment about the nature of politics being violence, because violence is like the initiation of force, right? And politics is the adjudication of
wrong.
That force.
That is not true.
No,
all
are you
political
not
power.
With force doctrine at all? Do you not believe in force doctrine?
I do, but it doesn't have to do with violence. Force doctrine, force is not violence necessarily.
Force
is not violent. Yes.
Force is not violence necessarily.
Force is always
No, that's a problem with libertarians. Libertarians believe that force is just violence, which is not true.
It is violence. Okay, explain to me how the government gets you to pay taxes.
Justice, for example, justice is not violent. It's justice.
No. Okay, explain to me how the government.
For example, execution is not murder because it's justified. For example,
explain to me how the government gets you. Do you voluntarily pay taxes?
No. We're not talking about taxes.
What happens if you don't pay taxes?
It's fun. Like I said, the moment
somebody with a gun shows up,
the moment you talk about economy is the only moment you have like any kind of justification. I can agree with you that taxes are that taxation is a form of you're compelled, right? You're compelled under God to pay it. Yeah. But then justice is the use of force, and it's not violence.
If you don't follow the laws of the government? Somebody shows up with a gun and puts you in a cage, and that's
yes,
not violence?
And that would be justice.
Right, and so politics is just the adjudication of what that looks like.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily violence.
It's always violence.
No, it can be justice.
Is violent? Okay, is politics in Mexico not violence? You've been in a country before where you've actually seen what law government looks like when there's not
everything is violent. Under your description, everything is violent. Like parents moderating their children and making sure their children aren't doing bad stuff is violent. Apparently,
It's violence.
So my child is doing bad stuff, and I
Yeah,
need
that
to,
would be
like,
violence exactly under your
under his
prescription.
definition.
Right.
Yeah.
He's saying that it's all backed by force, and like Mao says, all
Yes.
political power comes from the barrel of a gun.
Correct.
Without
but-
that, you have no political power.
I agree with you.
Mao, and I gotta worry about it.
I agree with you. The problem is the definition of violence. Violence, you can have that force applied, and it can be justice, and that is different from violence.
Yeah, I agree with Gorilla Biscuits. Motion is violence.
Living is violence.
See, Emmet, the other thing is, Emmet, that you're just making this blanket statement that all laws are just or something. You're saying that if it's a law, it's justice.
Did
to
I
enforce
say all
violence.
laws are just?
Well,
Did
I
say
was
that?
kind of questioning that because I got that notion when he
It was
when you
alluded
said-
to.
No, I
Yeah.
said it can be justice. It can be. So one of the best ways that I can explain that things can be justice is there's this small country called El Salvador, and they went for having the highest rate of murder in the whole world to be the safest country
Yeah.
in the Western Hemisphere, and they did it by utilizing justice.
Yeah, they've actually, it's been a miraculous turnaround since 2019. Like they're on pace for like having like one per like 100,000 murders when they had way higher in 2019. It's and all they had to do was increase the population of the prison by like 32%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's miraculous. I agree.
But they did it through
used-
justice. They didn't do it through violence.
Yeah, they did it through justice. Justice was not achieved until violence was done against the population, and it was necessary. It was justice because it was justified violence. Violence is not necessarily a bad thing.
I agree.
It just
Got
is.
him. All right, CC, Emmet, he got you.
I think that's the crux of what you guys were talking about right there. You just hit it.
Yeah.
And Emmett's AFK, bro. Emmett's AFK.
No, Emmet's trying to fucking obfuscate by acting like he
so-
doesn't hear.
No, I'm
so-
not
so-
AFK. I'm just they asked
He's
something.
JFK.
Somebody asked me something. In chat.
If not all violence is bad violence, what are the determinators to where it's good violence or bad violence?
Well,
That's a better
if it contributes to human flourishing within my worldview, right? And there's a Christian ethic that determines.
Okay, well that's not true.
But you're
That's
asking
just
a
not true.
morality. You're asking a morality question. It depends on the morality of the culture that you're discussing, right?
Great. Listen, the first
in Emmet's
thing.
culture, it'll be a Christian worldview. Will
Let me
determine whether or
contend
not-
with the first thing you said. The first thing, if humans were flourishing, great.
Human flourishing,
Under this
yeah.
logic, let's
Eudaimonia,
lock up all the women in cages and just breed them, and we'll have the humans will flourish. There will be plenty of humans.
Well, I mean,
what are you
there's-
talking about?
there's
It doesn't
much-
make sense.
There's much more effective ways to improve breeding for women. You could start by stop educating them. You know, that would be a good way to increase the breeding. Take away their ability to have birth
hold on.
control. That would be.
So are you
another
guys
good
saying
way.
that just population growth is like the end goal for humans?
No,
I don't think
No,
that's
no,
right.
no, no.
In
I
his
was
hypothetical.
just bringing up his thing. He was saying for humans flourishing.
Yeah,
But I'm
human
saying flourishing can't just be population growth.
No, you could use a multitude of metrics. They're just talking about one. They were talking about one hypothetical, Steelman, and basically, Celia, whatever his name is, Polis said that was basically implying that was a metric for it, and then Anson was explaining how that would.
Well,
work.
and I'm saying that actually because they're using such bad metrics, if you get down to the actual what the actual metric is, maybe the actual metric is like absolute autonomy and liberty for the individual. You know,
No, that's terrible. Think about that.
If there's anyone
You think
in
everyone
chat,
should
by the
just be
way,
allowed to do whatever?
wait.
No, I'm saying to the maximum extent, and then government is there
What's
to.
the maximum? What's
Okay,
the
the maximum extent is when it starts infringing upon other people's rights or liberties.
Okay, well, you're infringing on my rights by your choices. Like my girlfriend wants to kill our baby, and I don't want that. You're in.
Right.
Well, now you're
So her-
infringing on the baby's rights and liberties. That's what he
Yeah,
said.
and she's infringing upon your rights. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Thank you.
If there's
So she
anyone
doesn't
in
have
chat
that right.
that is not subbed, if you can sub, that would be great.
Yeah.
So it's like, who are we to say who is deciding the absolute like liberty of your rights? Like,
Well,
that's
so-
against my rights.
just
but
explained
she
that.
gets rights. You
So
understand?
I don't agree with Steelman's position on this. Steelman, you're going to have to argue that because I'm not a utilitarian man.
The whole point.
So Steelman's using a utilitarian worldview. Emmet would use a Christian worldview. I'd use a Greek ethical structure, right? And I'm sure Patrick, Board Sergeant Arms, he'd use a Christian worldview. Like you're asking an ought question, like how ought we impose violence, right? And so that is totally dependent upon the culture that you're in, and it changes depending upon the context of that culture.
Which actually Emmet should probably agree with that, even based on his language argument.
Well, okay, I should.
My language argument. Okay, my language argument is not. My language argument is that language is a direction to concepts, and the concept isn't changing. Just the language may change depending on the culture. So when I say God and you say God, Patrick, we're referring to the same concept. But when Merely says God, she's referring to something different, right? Where it is the concept isn't changing, but the language itself can change. That doesn't have to do with morals. It's like there's difference in there can be differences in the culture, but not necessarily in the way the moral.
Well, yeah, because
it was
because you
becoming
think that
more
there's
of a moral argument. I was just trying to ask Steelman, like, because he was asking for everyone should have autonomy of themselves and have liberty to do what they want. And I'm like, who decides of the liberty of that they want? Where is the decider factor?
Well,
when you're not infringing on another person's liberty.
Yeah, if
Well,
you're a utilitarian.
great, but like your freedom is infringing. Like gay people running around with dildos on their face is infringing on my rights now.
Yeah.
My children are seeing this like in school or something like.
Well, I would even say.
No, hold on. How is that infringing upon your right? How is that infringing upon your right?
I would even say that they being outside of the closet is already infringing on my right.
Wait.
All right,
How
yeah, take it extreme.
Hold
Who is
on,
the
Cecil.
decider of the liberty?
Let's get real here. Hold on a second. Well, it's supposed to be somewhat self-evident. So how is that? What right do you have? What do you mean it's infringing upon your right if somebody walks down the street with something that you don't want
My
to
Christian
look at?
right and my right to raise my children as Christians.
Yeah,
You're
so
Christian.
Steelman,
Right. You can still raise your right. Okay.
He's a deontologist, right? He has a deontological worldview where he thinks that there are rights and wrongs that are not determined by some sort of metric of like what's good for one person may not be good for another, right? He's got a strict set of right and wrong morals, and therefore.
Okay, no, I get that, but what I'm saying is that
so y'all are talking
people
past each other.
But I'm trying to say that people are allowed to do immoral things, right? They're allowed, even if it hurts themselves. People are allowed to hurt themselves. They're allowed to do things that are bad for themselves, as long as it doesn't hurt somebody else, and they're a consenting adult, you know. And so, if somebody's walking down the street with something like a shirt that you don't like, then that's more or less your problem, because you have the right to walk down the street with a cross on your shirt, and if the gay guy doesn't like that, that's his problem. That's where the rights stop and start.
What if I want to be naked? What if I want to walk down the street
Right.
naked? And
Then you're actually legally, yes, you're allowed to walk down the street naked, and it actually even legally now, as long as, you know, according to the law, as long as you don't have the intent to arouse.
So as long as I'm not popping a raging boner and I'm walking down the street with my dick flapping around, it's all cool because I'm not.
I'm sure you're going to be.
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
sure
so
I'm sure you're going to be doing that. But yeah, I know. See, that's what I'm saying. What's wrong with that? Yes, you can walk down the street naked. I mean,
what if I can't get hard? What if I like it and like I'm gonna go home and beat off to it? I'm just not hard right now.
Hold on a second.
I do not know I'm getting sexual gratification from.
Well, hold on. Let's move back more into good faith territory here. Yes, they don't know that, and if you want, and that would ultimately be judged at a jury, and you'd have to be convicted unanimously by a jury if it were to come to people trying to make the argument that you were doing that.
Right.
I still think somebody
That's
outside
right,
of the closet is already infringing on my liberty.
I agree.
Hold on. How are you? Okay, I don't see that. They're
It's because they have a set of right and wrongs that are totally unrelated to your utilitarian worldview, Steelman. See, that's why people of different cultures don't belong mixed together.
I can even make it utilitarian if you want to. Like, at the end of the day, I want my culture to be self-sustaining, and they will be replicating across time. So having people like that outside of the closet and being openly is destroying the fabric of what makes my society being able to self-replicate. I don't want them. I don't want them near my culture at all, because they are genetic dead ends that serve absolutely no purpose when it comes to the society in long term.
This is what I want to point out then, that I think that what you're trying to point out that they're saying is that they think that this society that they're advocating for is somehow going to be a better society. And what I'm trying to say is that I think that our forefathers...
I gave you an utilitarian argument. Can you contend with my utilitarian argument?
Wasn't your utilitarian argument that you thought the outcome of your society would be ultimately better? Or what was your, or can you sum it up or say it again?
The util of my argument is that I wanted to be able to self-replicate.
Hey, Cecil, everyone here?
Yeah. Yeah, go, brother. I'm listening.
Okay. So what I was trying to, I don't mean to gloss over his point if I missed it. Maybe someone can reiterate that in a second. But I was just trying to get at that. I think our forefathers, I'm not like, all like, holy constitutional.
So is that it? Are you basing it off of the forefathers? That's where you're picking your moral.
I'm basing it off. Yeah, so I'm just literally basing it off of our country's like foundational principles, right? And what I feel like the forefathers were all about.
How do you not know that our founding forefathers, if they saw what they were going to do with our Constitution, they would have rewritten the whole thing. They would be spitting. They'd be so pissed if they've seen what we've done.
Yeah. So
our Constitution.
Yeah, so I may not have it right. I may just be like totally brainwashed into this because that's just how I was raised.
No, it's cool, man. I always like to hear. I hope you don't ever think I have anything against you. Like, I like you and I want to hear what you have to say.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, because exactly, I may not be wrong because it is, just what I was raised in. But if you look at the core principles of our founders, I think that they were trying to say freedom of expression is like paramount, and.
I don't think so. I disagree with that.
No, they
fundamentally.
They were.
That's where we might differ from.
They were a bunch of power-hungry aristocrats who wanted to tear apart the revolutionary.
That I agree.
Like our country was founded, as a revolutionary government. It was very unstable, and it didn't last for very long until George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and the Federalists did a coup, right? So
yeah, they didn't care about the freedom of each individual. Like
they wanted to get rich.
And how can you make a prosperous nation and have a good foundation for them to like do that? Is what we're stuck with.
Yeah. And
we've already changed it. How many amendments have we made to our Constitution?
It doesn't really matter. It was designed to progressively centralize the government, and that's what it's done.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
That's 100% for sure. I've had people ask me about stuff like that. Like, hey, Patrick, you talk about the Federal Reserve and how it's so bad. Well, when it was founded in 1913, why didn't we do anything about it when that was happening? And I was like, well, if you want to look at the timeline, 50 years prior, all the guys that would have fought to stop that, either them or their dad or granddad fought literally 50 years prior. And so most of those guys are dead. And do they really want to fight again after they just fought?
While Emmet's gone, you want me to say some crazy shit?
Do you understand what I'm referring to? Anybody? Yes?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I understand what
you're talking about the War of Northern Aggression. I got you.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
What's K2's beeping and I can still hear him even though he's muted? How is that possible?
Oh yeah, good question. Yo, he is muted, and I'm still here. I was gonna say he's working, and I was like, wait, he's muted. How am I hearing him while he's muted?
Okay, so besides the forefathers, I still think it's a good idea because.
Yeah, dude. What the heck, man? Steelman, come on, brother. Why do you worship a paper, the Constitution, before God? Like, why are you worshiping or like you're going on the words of our forefathers than God? Come on, bro.
Wait, wait,
Yeah.
wait. What? Wait, what's
Come
the
on,
word
man.
God? No, no. Wait, wait. When you say God, you're talking about the what? Hold on. Let's talk about that. Are you talking about the God of the Old Testament, or are you talking about the words of Jesus?
Dude, what does it matter? I'm talking about all-powerful
No.
being, our blueprint, why we were made.
No, what it matters is because if you're talking about the God of the Old Testament and the Jews, then we're just going to fucking stone everybody, and we're going to have this, highest prison rate, and everyone's going to get punished according to the whatever the Sadducees and Pharisees say.
So what is your so what is your thing? You're upset about their God?
Yeah, if we
Or
go
how
by the
they're
laws of
painting God?
yeah, if we go by what
There's-
Jesus said.
There's so many religions that like have God painted this way. Like, don't
okay, but
don't focus. Them painting God like that is not what God is. Like,
Wait, so if we
or
go what
religion.
Jesus said, well, okay, so you do,
Yeah.
go by
Yeah, but
what
you don't
Jesus
believe
said.
in Jesus. Why are you talking about Jesus?
Well, no, Steelman believes in God, Cecil.
He believes in God, but he doesn't believe in Jesus.
Well, no, he believes in the post-enlightenment individualist God. It's the secular humanist God, the one that most people in his position.
That's fine. I'm glad at least he believes in God.
Yeah.
There's people more lost than
No,
him.
dude, I tell you what, man, I've seen Jesus. I know Jesus is real, but yeah, dude.
Amen. Okay, I'm glad you say that.
Where'd you see him?
Christianity.
Yeah.
You say
I
things
saw
against
him,
Christianity.
after a couple grams of mushrooms, I saw him in the mirror, man.
You will. You will. How could you
I
not?
did, dude. And I know, dude, and it looked just like you would think, man.
But look, it's you got to be careful with those kind of things because how do you not know it's like a demonic force, like pretending he's that and like leading you astray?
Well, dude, okay,
Relast is real.
Yeah,
What'd you
we're
say?
getting.
What's
up?
real?
Prelest.
What pre-lest?
Yeah, prelest.
What's that?
Spiritual
What's that?
delusion.
Oh,
Okay. This is not spiritual
I
delusion.
agree.
Cecil,
I think we're all very ignorant. We a lot of
okay.
people think like they think these moments that happen like a Bible fell off my shelf and it was open to a page and the page was like my favorite page, my favorite scripture, and I'm like God is talking to me. But now I'm like thinking, now I'm like saying God is talking to me directly right now, and it's like you can go a little off the rails.
Or you can actually get in tune with things, right? All you got to do though is drink the tap water, eat some fucking Oreos, and then it's like, oh, that wasn't God, that was just fucking a book falling, because you're
It's
so
good
out of
for your
tune.
teeth. The fluoride in the tap water is good for your teeth, still, man. Drink more.
Dude, so, okay, man. So I don't
They're
know.
putting
just
chemicals in the water and turning all the frogs gay.
Dude, no, they were turning the frogs gay. It's a joke, but that was an actual thing? Or no? Yeah. The chemicals, it was dispillage from chemical plants, and the pollution was making the frogs
Like trans, basically.
they couldn't figure out what hole to stick it in. They were sticking it in the
so
wrong
Cecil,
hole.
to keep us back here, so Cecil, the body of Christ, I argue that it's the sacred mushroom, that it's a real thing, So
yeah.
And I don't want to go, we don't have to talk about that film, but just to get you up to
We've
date.
been into it before. This is why I like talking to you.
Okay,
This
so
is
you
why I
know
like
about it.
talking to you. Me and Emmet had like a very heated debate or whatever, but like he had been going like 24 hours.
Wait, so just to clarify, Steelman, so when Christ said, "This is my body, take and eat of this, all of you," do you think he was passing out mushrooms? Just because I'm curious.
I think he was passing out parts of his body. No, just kidding. Yeah, he was handing out mushrooms.
I'm trying because I always want to see the good in people, and I think everyone is good, even people who do bad. People might be led astray.
Really?
Like this was when I had a debate with Emmet. This was like, okay, even if mushrooms are bad, if the mushrooms
They're not.
let you,
They're holy.
I know. I'm just trying to contend with what everyone else thinks.
I'm just
trying to like.
I'm just clearing the room for the blasphemy.
Look. I'm trying to say, well, into religion, this is where I figured out it was wrong because it led me to a false
No,
god.
you said enough, Cecil. You said enough. Thank
No,
you,
didn't
sir.
let me listen.
No, that's
hear
enough.
the
All right, Emmett,
beginning,
kick him.
Hear the crux of it, but you have to hear of it in its entirety so you understand. It
All right,
led
all right,
me
let's
to
hear
a
it.
false god.
All right, let's hear your story. I want to hear it now. I'm listening. Sorry. How do you
I'm
figure?
nervous
Tell
now.
from the beginning to the end. We got to hear this story, bro.
No, like it's why I understand you, Steelman, and I know you're not speaking from a bad place. Like, look, yeah, if you take, then that's why I also think these substances are God made, but I don't necessarily because they're God made. I don't think it's like God controlled. When you take these things, it heightens senses that we're not even aware of, like senses not smell, sight, touch, like spiritual senses, but we're heightened in this sense. We live in the material world and we are not of the spiritual world, so we're vulnerable, and when we're vulnerable we can be manipulated of things we don't understand.
Oh, okay. So let me tell you something real quick.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So during the Last Supper, Jesus says, "There are those who eat from my body, but do not recognize what they're eating, and do not discern what it is, and they reap judgment upon themselves." So when you eat from the body of Christ, and you're not discerning what it is, you don't realize that it's the sacrament. You can
You
have
believe in
like
Christ, Steelman? I thought you didn't believe in Christ.
He said earlier he does.
Really?
Yeah, man. The body of Christ is the sacred mushroom, and to have to have communion with Christ.
I remember we got into it before. Okay, so it was your anti-religion authority thing. It wasn't anti-Christ.
Emmett.
Yeah.
Emmett, there's
Okay.
there's a request by Kissy Cat for a link. She wants to come and oh, there it is. Okay, you
It's
got
on
it.
it's in the chat.
Yeah. So anyway, what I was gonna say is y'all gotta stop talking about mushrooms because y'all sound like idiots. And
Look, it sounds stupid,
yeah,
but people do mushrooms. We can't just
I
ignore
know.
this. Like,
I
we
know.
have to be able to
People
talk
do
about
a lot of. Yeah, I'm not saying don't talk about it. I've heard plenty of it. Like I'm saying, let's just stop talking about stupid crap that don't make any sense and pretend like it makes sense. I mean, you shouldn't be going out doing mushrooms and telling people to do things that make them lose their freaking mind.
People eat mushrooms and then have an experience.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of how drugs
These
work.
are all like
It's not a drug, Anson. Anson, you're totally
everything's a drug, Steelman. Bananas are
mischaracterizing it, dude.
potassium drugs.
Hey, assholes.
It doesn't matter if it's a drug or not.
Cat. Hey, Cat, good to see you.
Like if I go to church
Good
and
to see you.
if I go to church and have an
Thanks.
experience, but I didn't take a drug,
Who the
is it
hell
any
let her
different than
up?
if I took a drug and had an
Hey,
experience?
K2, how's your heart doing?
Sorry, Cecil.
No worries. No one's listening. It's fine. Just move on.
I was listening, but
I wasn't.
Yeah, but can anyone contend with what I'm saying?
So I'm happy to. So when you walk into these Catholic churches, for example, they'll touch that water and they'll dab it to their forehead. That's supposed to be that holy water, right? Which goes back to the LSD, the clear,
It's not supposed
odorless.
to be. It is holy water.
No. Now it's just tap water, but it used to be holy water, which was LSD. And they would tap it to their foreheads. They'd walk into church, and they'd have a fucking religious experience, right? You're not having a religious experience in church on eating bread. No, this is
Did you say
honest to God.
Holy water used to be LSD? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, and it's supposed to be now. And once they institute, no, and you guys actually laugh, but I'm telling you, this is the closest, truest forms of sacrament that we can get to religion, to God, to Christianity. This is the way.
I won't contend with the ideas. What you're saying, Steelman, I hate how everyone just laughs and they won't even like bother to engage with it.
Well, I've done LSD. It's not like I haven't engaged in this kind of behavior.
Okay, thank
before.
you. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that most of the people that I know that have done that sort of stuff haven't found God. They found homelessness.
Okay.
That is a
Sorry.
fair
Well, first.
assessment.
Okay. Let's get into the fair assessment. How many homes did Jesus own? Wait, he was homeless. So if you want to get close to Jesus, let's start there. First of all. Second of all, the Harvard professor who was a professor of psychology at Harvard said he learned more on LSD in one night than he learned his entire career as a Harvard psychologist.
that's because, like Cecil was saying, psychedelics are let's say a portal, for lack of better terms, or an avenue to a spiritual realm which we should not enter into.
Yes.
and that essentially make us vulnerable. They make us vulnerable to pre-lust. They make us vulnerable to demonic possession and deceptions, and that is why we do not engage in those things.
Steelman, like think about this. Like compare it to like you've probably heard this before. Someone like make this comparison or say something like psychedelics, whatever the substance. In Asia, they got the lotus. There's a peyote, LSD.
Yeah, there's
mushroom.
many gods. There's many gods.
Many ways.
But there's one true God. There's one
Obviously,
true
they
God.
made this-
The Christian
but
God is a
look,
jealous God.
But this substance we're doing, we're trying to understand things that are outside the human experience. It's almost like the apple. You want to understand.
It is the
God.
apple. It is the apple. The
That's
serpent
what I'm
was
trying to
Jesus.
get at. You want to be God and know God, and you're eating this.
Right. And Jesus said, ye are gods, and you will do greater things than I, and you will sit on the throne with me as I sit on the throne with my Father. Exactly.
Well, I think it's almost a little bit arrogant to like be taking these substances or doing this and trying to understand something that we can't grasp.
Well,
We're trying
but
to
it's
get
actually
God's knowledge.
it's actually quite the opposite of arrogance. It's exactly the opposite of arrogance. It's humbling ourselves and saying, look, we can't do it ourselves. We have to humble ourselves to the body of Christ. We have to eat the body of Christ. Without the body of Christ, we cannot get there.
It's ironic though, because you say it causes ego death, and you become, because you detach yourself and lose everything, you become so arrogant and you think you're above everyone and you have hidden knowledge.
But okay, that's like an argument that you could have made to Jesus. It's not like I'm being, prideful about it and saying I have this hidden knowledge. I'm saying that if you want to be in communion with Christ, you can too.
Yeah. So neither one of y'all are really saying anything interesting other than like fried brain psychobabble. Kissy Cat, you got anything to add? Because you were promising to derail, and I was really hoping you would.
Well, I tried, but it's too strong up here tonight.
Too strong. Yeah, Cecil's
They want to
pretty loud.
derail it, Cecil, and I get it because the thing is, this is the ultimate truth.
Dude,
No,
you're
this
the
is
only
the
one I
ultimate
can have
truth.
these conversations with, and it's like when we talk like this, everyone just thinks it's psychedelic babble.
No, it is actually it is actually
I
the.
don't like to bring this stuff up because people just like.
I think it's a bit blasphemous, maybe. Like, I don't know. I'm not the authority on that.
Where's the blasphemy?
Well, and what he's saying, the blasphemy, to be fair, what Steelman is saying sometimes is semi-blasphemous. But I'm not gonna sit here and just like.
I know.
I'm not gonna sit
but,
here and
like,
say he's saying that stuff and like make him feel bad for no reason.
No,
I
you're
think
right. That's the only reason.
I mean, I don't think he's intending to be that way.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he doesn't.
No,
he means well. That's why I like Steelman.
I
Even
like
though what he
Steelman
says is
too.
against my religion, but he doesn't think it's blasphemous from his perspective. Like he's trying to, he thinks I don't want to be speaking for you too. My bad, dude. It's just because like I believe this at one point too. Like,
Okay, so dude, I will tell you that I actually I wrote the book called The Origins of Religion, and it's not just about Christianity, and this isn't just some theory, even
You
though
wrote a
it's
book?
yeah, it's called The Origins of Religion as reference to sacred mushrooms.
Can I have it? Can I get it?
Yeah, it's on like Walmart and
Is
like
it free or is it for sale? Or is it the grip?
no, yeah, I know I don't usually push it, you can get it on like Amazon or Walmart. It was at Barnes & Noble website at one time. I'm not sure if it's
Okay,
still up
I was
there.
asking if you'd send me a book.
Yeah, no, I'd be
copy.
happy to. We'll have to get into touch on that.
Dude, I really wanna. If I can get you on Discord or something, I would love to like get into this and like.
Oh, but I made it even easier because no one
Obviously,
likes
these
reading more.
panels aren't the place. You know what I mean?
I turned it into a video book. But yeah, exactly. So I turned it into a video book. I actually read it onto a video and made a video to it, into like a documentary. But my point is that I actually got part of my degree in it, in cultural anthropology. Where I'm going with this isn't just, it actually has its roots in anthropology. How I found out about this was in Oaxaca Valley, Mexico. There's a Catholic church where they give out the sacred mushroom as the body of Christ. And anthropologists were going there and actually participating in these Catholic ceremonies in Oaxaca Valley, eating sacred mushrooms and having religious experiences and coming back. And they told me in my class about it. And that's how I even found out. I was like, no way, you have to be fucking kidding me. And then, so the more I dug into it, the more I found out that, that this all stems from like when Christianity was popping was right around the time of like the Greek secret societies where they were doing the ambrosia and nectar rituals, in their secret societies where they were giving out a sacred food and drink as their communication with the gods as well. And when you look at their, whatever cave art sculptures and whatnot, they're handing over the mushroom. The mushroom was the ambrosia and nectar of the Greek secret societies. Well, and you can even say, so where does this all come from? This all like comes out of like Egypt too, because this is where, not only did Jesus go and spend time in Egypt, but Moses came out of Egypt. And if you go and look at ancient Egyptian symbolism, what is it all? It's all the scarab beetle with the holding up the sun disk with the horns below it.
I know. Listen, I understand the pineal gland. It's in every religious.
No, not the pineal gland. No. I'm talking about the sacred
I'm
mushrooms.
talking about everything with that.
But I'm saying this all goes back to the sacred mushrooms. All these religions have their roots in the sacred mushrooms. So the scarab beetle of the ancient Egyptians is a dung beetle.
God,
yeah, now I'm boring him.
You sound like one of them gematria people, like citing random facts to like hypnotize people into not using their logical brain. Why don't you just start talking about like how the Earth is flat?
Okay, let me tell you help you use your logical brain then. Let me help you, Anson.
Yeah,
here's the main
go
symbol.
ahead,
Here's
give
the
me a
main
hand.
here's the main symbolism in ancient Egyptian. It's the scarab beetle holding up horns with a golden disc, right?
What does that got to do with a damn bit of anything, man?
Right, exactly. So in the 1800s, before this magic mushrooms were discovered, because they weren't discovered until like the 1960s. So in the 1800s, they had no archaeologists, Egyptologists had no idea of what a magic mushroom was. They had no idea of what a gold cap mushroom was. So when they saw these symbols, they said, "Oh, that gold cap, that scarab beetle, which a scarab beetle is actually a dung beetle." What do dung beetles live? They live in cow dung. Holy shit!
Wait, I think I got it. So that's related to the pineal gland you were talking about?
No, I was not. I never mentioned the pineal gland.
I was talking about that. That was me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So I thought you were talking about crap though, right? You said dung.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to connect the gematria dots here.
Yeah, so that's where we get the holy shit, right? From holy cows. So this scarab beetle, the sacred scarab beetle of the ancient Egyptians, lives and dwells in cow dung, and they particularly eat mushrooms and cow dung. That's how they live, and they build their nests under cow dung and everything. And so, what grows on cow dung? Sacred psilocybin mushrooms, the gold cap mushrooms. So why was the ancient Egyptians' main symbol scarab beetle holding up a golden disc? Then that was their god Ra, because the fucking golden disc was the fucking scarab beetle holding up the gold cap mushroom, and that's why people say, well, ancient Egyptian is the same as Christianity, and Ra was Jesus and all that shit. Yeah, it is. It all goes back to the sacred mushroom. The sacred mushroom story has been told over and over again through different religions, just like in Hindu, how they worship the cow, the holy cow in Hinduism, the blue cow, because psilocybin mushrooms, blues brew, all these fucking major religions, even Buddhism. If you look at the imagery in Buddhism, you'll see the sacred mushroom imagery in there. This is how people are reaching enlightenment. This is how it's done. It's the only way.
It just sounds like your brain got fried, dude. That's what it sounds like.
No,
That's
I
a
spent
whole bunch
several
of-
years researching this shit.
Well, you can spend several years researching nonsense and then still have nonsense at the
Tell
end.
me what part I'm wrong about.
Well, all of the correlation for like trying to justify mushrooms, right? Like it's not real, dude. Like
What part's not real?
Like the fact that there's like mushrooms at the center of like all civilization.
And how is that not real?
Yeah.
You guys all focused up?
It's like asking me why Santa Claus isn't real. I
no.
Yeah, it's exactly like that, right? Or like
Wait, are
asking,
you
like,
telling me Santa Claus ain't real?
Yeah,
What
I
the
am.
fuck?
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say anything to prove it. I'm just gonna make the assertion.
You guys all focused up because this is key. Let me get rolling on you here so we know what's happening. Here we go, baby. Get your head under there now. This is vital. See, being the first son, right, that puts him right here in the lower chakra. Now that's shooting the energy up into Daniel, verse 6. And this, of course, is a dream catcher. So all his dreams are being caught and he can't move on. And that's going back and forth and like that, like a spider web, which is, of course, connecting to the eye of Horus, which is 70-70-77, is .001, which also goes up. That was the first time he ever swung a baseball bat. Now, what we got here is the baseball ain't hitting the bat because the seams are 17.
After observing several of these exorcisms, I still could not trace the genealogy of any of
Listen,
the scripture he
Why
incessantly
don't you pull up
quoted.
something about the
There
penal
seemed to
gland?
be absolutely no method
Why
to
does
his
no one
madness.
know what the
But I
penal gland
remember
is?
when I built the pyramids, right? It was tough. It was tough as a motherfucker.
Because the
You
pineal
remember
gland
the
is trying to
pyramids?
get there
Yeah, 'cause we
without
was
Christ.
hauling all the stuff up like that, but we did it all
No.
with sound, right?
Yeah, with
we did it with
psychedelics.
sound, and then we had a blanket.
All right.
We had sound, and we had a blanket, and it came down like that. You know, that's what I was
Is
tripping on.
Emmett back?
You see, we
I do
working
love
on his
this book,
brow
I'm not gonna
chakra.
lie, it's pretty fun.
We're just in back of the crown chakra. And that's why he's been tripped up and he's laid on his car pavements and all that stuff.
What does this mean for us?
It means you'll be psychically attacked. You're son number 3. They're coming at you from all angles. They're coming at you from the Sirius, right? They're coming at you from the Orion, okay? Which also connects to Dan, right? Dan's best friend, man's best friend. That's Dog. That's the Dog Star. That's Sirius. That's some serious shit, man.
This
Now
this
your mother,
makes
she's
sense
just a
to me,
hoe.
'cause, like,
My mother's no hoe.
No. I mean the hoe, as in that which pushes the plow through the fields across the star system, coming back around with a meteor shower, which is why there's all them dots up here on the back of his neck.
So where do you lie?
I lie beneath.
Why is he being baptized?
Huh? Hold on, don't move. We cool. What? I just want to keep him in check in case any evil spirits come in while I'm trying to commune with my other sin. Hold on now. Don't make me take the clip out. Hold on, baby. We cool. Huh?
Hey, just let him play catch.
All right, let's go play catch. You've been healed.
hey,
So- I don't
Emmett,
think
are
my
you back?
soul's been cleansed.
Yeah, I'm back.
Emmett? Hey, listen.
Mm.
Do you know what the penal gland is? I'm being real.
Yeah, it's the one next to your. Well, let's put it this way. I can't talk about it on stream because I might get more canceled than usual. Dude, let it go. I'm joking. Okay, this guy's talking about fucking
I
mushrooms.
know it's annoying. Look, I'm being serious.
I'm. I know what it is. We talk about this. Remember?
I know we got into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
I
all
know.
Oxycat's fault.
This is your fault, K2, because you just won't die in the freezer. That's the reason.
You're probably right.
You just won't die in the freezer. That's why. My Teasum. Oh, Steelman, are you here?
Oh, he's here.
Yeah. You know, I didn't want to overtalk, but if you're offering me to, I will say to Anson's point. This is actually the most important thing that can be talked about. I truly, as you may all realize, believe that, you know. And the thing is that there's one thing about talking about it, and yeah, it kind of gets like to be a talking point. But if one person actually goes out and tries and experiences, you know, communion with Christ, it
You
would
mean
be
like
worth
me?
it, you know.
When I went and took my mushroom, and my mushroom said that your mushroom is worse than my mushroom, and that I should just believe in the Orthodox Church.
Like if anyone actually goes off and thinks about it later and thinks maybe he was telling the truth, you know, maybe there is something to
Why
that.
can't you? Why can't you just tell me why am I wrong about my assertion
The
when
reason
I touch
it's-
my when I got my mushroom? It's
No,
my
Emmett.
mushroom.
I honestly, Emmett, because you're making it up. But Emmett, to tell you the
I'm
truth,
making
if
it
you
up.
did-
How do you know I'm making
yes,
it
but,
up?
But Emmett, if you
I
weren't
really
making it
took
up,
my
then I
mushroom.
would.
You can't
I would-
falsify subjective experiences is the point that Emmett is making.
No, but my point is that if Emmett actually had that experience, then I would totally respect it. But he's giving a fake experience. If he was being
Well,
truthful,
he
I would
can't.
respect
Even
his
if you
truth.
had a truthful, even if you had what you believe to be a truthful subjective experience, it doesn't matter, and it can't be used as evidence in argumentation because
Yeah.
nobody can
But
falsify your subjective experiences.
Oh, okay, but the thing is, I wish I knew what your name was again, man.
Patrick.
My name is Patrick, but you can call me
Yeah.
Board Sergeant at Arms. You can call me Patrick. You can call me.
Yeah, I
whatever
meant
you want.
Patrick. Yeah, but the thing is, dude, that's what they
Patrick,
told.
yes.
And this is they actually brought this point to Jesus, and he basically they said, by what authority do you speak? You know, and he said the same authority that Elijah and shit speaks. What what did they? You could have said that to Noah when he came down, or I mean, fucking Moses when he came down. They could have said that's a subjective experience. You know, all of these prophets, it's all based on subjective experience. So according to your logic, you have to throw away everything that every prophet has said.
No, because they literally saw the cloud sitting over the tent that when God was convening and eating with Moses in a theophany, they literally saw that, oh, that's
Oh, yeah.
happening. They
Okay,
also
and I can-
literally saw him have to wear a veil all the time walking around because his face shone and like scandalized people, for lack of better terms. I'm sure that's not the term, but basically his face was glorified, and it's like, yeah, you guys can't look at my face, so I got to wear a veil walking around.
Yeah, but I can show you multiple people who will attest to the fact that I can create a rainbow in the sky every time I trip mushrooms. It's like clockwork, you know. There's several miracles that have happened that other people can attest to that happen on mushrooms, and so if I get other people to attest to my miracles.
Wait. I have a question still, man. Did they see the thing that you're saying that happened?
Oh yeah, no. These aren't.
How
I've
did
never
they
hallucinated
experience
anything that's not
How did
real.
they experience the rainbow exactly?
It's real, dude.
I'm gonna ask you again. How did they experience the rainbow exactly? Were they on?
Dude,
an
this is why.
stimulant?
This is why you know.
Can
Okay,
you
go ahead,
answer my
please.
question? Were they on stimulants while they experienced this
Can I
supposed
chime
miracle?
in, Emmett?
What?
He's asking
I
him
chime
something.
in?
Yeah,
I know you're talking
no.
to
Let
Some were and
Stillman answer
some
my
weren't.
question
Okay,
first.
to answer your real quick, and then you can chime in. Some were and some weren't. Okay, like me and my girl were tripping. We made a rainbow, for example, and then all the kids were all happy about it, you know, playing out in the rainbow. So now what were you saying, Cecil? I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
No,
Go on,
I was cutting
Cecil.
you off. I didn't want to. I was trying to ask Emmett, but like was I
Yeah,
interfering?
ask me, whatever you ask.
Does it matter?
Yes.
Why does it matter?
Because if you're impaired, then how can you you can't be like, just like you can't sign something, you can't like
Okay.
legally sign a signature and like do something if you're
Bro,
inebriated, for example.
I was asking Emmett, but
Yeah. Okay.
I chimed in, so he told
Let
me.
me put it this
I was
way.
saying if they came to the conclusion of a rainbow, maybe they were impaired on drugs, but they made a beautiful rainbow. What does it fucking matter? Is what I'm trying to
They
get at.
made. What do you mean by they made? He's claiming a miracle. They didn't make the rainbow. The rainbow appeared, I don't know, made by
Oh, no,
God
no.
himself. That's what
No.
he's
It's
claiming.
it's one of my like magic tricks now. Like it's 99. It's like every time. I can't think of a time it doesn't
Oh
happen.
no! You think you make rainbows still, man?
Yes. That's
Dude,
what
if
he's
I trip
saying.
shrooms, even
He's
the smallest
claiming
amount, dude.
miracles.
I can.
Do you
I thought you were talking about,
understand
like,
why?
chalk. I thought you were talking about like chalk on the ground and kids saw it.
No,
dude. I'm talking about real shit, dude. I'm talking about this shit's real shit,
dude,
man.
yeah, that's wild. Like, no.
Yeah. No. That's why they're magic, dude. Real magic, all magic actually stems from the magic
No,
mushroom.
dude,
You know?
there's no magic. The only
No,
magic
so-
is the Holy Spirit.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
anything
So
else
I
is-
believe in magic too, but like the magic that I see and experience is like, just like you're talking about the body of Christ and communion. The magic that I experience is when the priest sanctifies the gift by calling forth the Holy Spirit to magically transform the wine and the bread into the body of Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, but it has
And
to
then
do
Christ
with.
inhabits the
tell you-
bread in the same way he inhabits a human body.
Patrick,
Okay.
you're talking about actual theology and Christology. Okay, this is way too complicated for Stillman.
Okay.
Dude,
Jesus
it's called-
Christ. Okay, imagine trying to explain this guy the energy distinction.
Essence,
Okay.
energy, distinction. Yeah.
Again, Emmet. Oh yeah, no. That's like transubstantiation or transmutation through transubstantiation.
No,
Yeah.
we don't believe in.
No, that
necessarily.
would be Roman
No,
Catholic.
hold on a second.
Jesus
Hold
Christ.
on
I
a second.
told
Didn't
you.
just say-
I told you, Pat.
Okay, so when Emmet's done trying to fucking just be a little bitch, because that's who he is.
Oh
right? Go ahead,
God.
Emmet, be yourself.
Yeah,
Wow.
try to insult me in my own panel. That's gonna
Way to
go
be
well
rude.
for you, dumb.
Hey.
Dumb.
Hey, all right. Oh well,
I've
Emmet,
been
we're
nice.
cool like
We've
that, you
all
know
been
that.
nice to you still, man. Don't be rude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and Emmet, finish talking shit, and then I'll go ahead and I
Yeah,
won't interrupt your shit talking.
yeah, I
I
know.
thought most shit to you still, man.
Explain the difference between transubstantiation
Nice.
and energy and energies. Can you try to do that?
Transubstantiation.
Whatever.
No, no, it's not
Transubstantiation.
Yeah.
It's.
So
Can you
Patrick,
explain the difference between those two?
Patrick, I would love to
Stillman?
hear how they're different. Can you please?
No. You said that I was just talking shit, okay? You're
No.
supposed to know all of these because I'm talking shit. So go on,
Well, they
tell
sound
me.
like they're the same thing to me. So can you
Oh,
explain?
it's just
Yeah,
the same
Patrick was.
thing. Yeah, I know. You
See,
know a
Cecil,
lot,
he's being a
dude.
fucking idiot. It's like shut the fuck up.
You
and let
know
him answer
so
the
much,
question.
dude. It's incredible. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Amazing.
Is there?
Amazing grace.
Okay.
Somebody sing
Okay.
it for me.
Patrick, you know the question. Can you answer it?
I mean,
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
never
so-
heard Emmett say anything I ever disagree with. He might not even, he doesn't understand everything I'm saying, but he always contends with it.
Are you serious? I've never agreed with anything Emmett's ever said. Not one thing
Oh,
he's said.
he'll deal with me, but it's only because I'm his friend he puts up with me. That's about it.
Well, that's the only reason I put up with him.
Aww. Aww.
So Patrick, go ahead and
I
answer.
feel the
will you?
love right now. I like.
There you go. So you don't need mushrooms, man. You already done enough. You're right.
That's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. I think the mushrooms lead you astray.
So from the Catholic perspective, you're stuck in a point where you're either actually partaking of God's essence, which you can't do that, and that's a historically heretical position, or you are partaking of God's because they don't believe in the Catholics don't believe in essence energies distinction. So you would have to be participating in a created some way of like a created grace or created thing inside of the mysteries when you partake. And so either way, you're stuck because of their Christology and their way that they believe in the Trinity. They are stuck believing in a heresy either way. Where for us,
yeah, the
we
created
believe
divine body, which
Right.
is a contradiction.
So
So
Patrick,
because we believe in
yeah.
the essence energy distinction, like in Orthodoxy, for example, so essentially you have God's essence, which is different, and his essence causes a energy to flow forth, which is essentially his goodness, kindness, gracefulness, love, all of those things that flow forth in the world. And so that is what inhabits the chalice. And so when Christ became man, Christ also combined, like Christ was one person with two natures, two energies, two wills, his divine will and his human will. And so what you're partaking in is Christ, the same way he inhabited a human form. In that way, it's Christ's energies inhabiting the
Okay, honestly, not
chalice
that
at
I
that
don't
time.
love the full explanation, but how is the bread turning into his body, and how is that different from transubstantiation or transmutation?
Well, because it's not a physical. There's an essence energy distinction, so it's not an actual transformation into his. It's an energetic transformation.
Yeah, you're partaking of the energies. You're not partaking of the matter.
We can never participate in God's energies in that way, or his essence. I'm sorry, in that way. We only ever participate in his energies. But that is
Okay.
what glorify us and make us like God.
Patrick, if you get a chance, look up what the Aztecs call the flesh of the gods, because
Why
it's
do
borderline
I?
what you're talking about.
Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
Why?
Do
Because
I
he's
care
talking
what
about
a
eating the
bunch?
flesh of the gods.
Why do I care
That's what
about
we're talking
what
about, Emmet.
Why do I care?
And the Aztecs call
Why
the
do I
flesh of
care
the
about the
gods.
Aztecs?
Well,
Why?
and so I
Because-
guess to be like very pointed about it, like God's energy. So I just talked to you about how he has multiple natures and multiple energies and stuff, right? So when God obtained a human form in the form of Christ, his energy inhabited literal physical matter, right? And it
Right.
does the same thing when it goes into the bread, when the priest calls upon the Holy Spirit to sanctify the gifts and allow that to happen.
Emmett, you look like how I feel
Okay.
right now.
Now I kind of
I
get what
feel
you're
like
saying.
how I look, dude.
It kind of reminds me of, so the
Nothing new to
Egyptians.
you, brother. We've been doing this forever. Like, what you
Why are you jumping from the Aztecs to the Egyptians? What do the Aztec and the Egyptians have in common besides they both made different kinds of pyramids?
God,
same-
they're all one being, right?
Right. Thank you,
No.
Cecil. The same
No,
thing
they
we're all
don't.
talking about. The same thing that they have related to
Culturally.
Christianity, which is what we're talking about, the sacrament of their religion. So
Well-
the Egyptians would have mufkuf, I think it was called. It was these cakes where they would roll the gold powder. They'd bake the gold powder into these cakes, and that's kind of reminds what we were talking about, where you're not actually eating just the gold caps like the Catholics would, but you're eating the powder mixed into the bread, like the Egyptians.
Okay, fine. What was the sacrifice for the Aztecs?
what was the sacrifice for the? Are you trying to get into human sacrifice or something?
I'm asking you. You're the ones
I
who
don't-
are partaking about the sacrifice. So if one person sacrificed something that was akin to a wolf or whatever, the
What
other
he's saying
ones,
is the Christ. Go ahead. Sorry.
the other ones would be sacrificing something similar because we're talking about the same thing, right? So tell me, what was the sacrifice of the Aztecs?
He's saying that because Christ sacrifices himself every single Eucharist. Just so for more context, still, man.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I get that. So I don't get how.
Well,
So
like,
the Aztecs still had the mushrooms. They called them the flesh of the gods.
look, the important thing is that when you take the mushrooms, you realize that you're your own god and that everybody is a god, and that Marilyn is actually right in all of her arguments about God, and so Steelman, you are one of Marilyn's acolytes, right?
Yeah, but if you actually ate them, you would actually have the experience. You would actually know. You'd have gnosis, and you would
Yeah,
actually realize that.
I know, yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
eating,
yeah.
eating-
Are you in the known, Anson? Do you know?
I've known. Yeah, I've known a lot. Yeah, that's right. I've known.
I'm glad you known because otherwise you would be in the unknown.
This isn't me like trying to like go against anybody or anything. This is me trying to say, hey guys, this bread, these crackers, all that stuff, those are all actually fake symbols for the true sacrament, and we found what the true sacrament is, and it's this gold cap mushroom.
You bread ass cracker, Wonder
Yeah.
Bread.
So, well, I guess let me ask you then, like, why do you think it's, like, why did Christ use? Because you referenced it earlier. Why did Christ use bread and wine in the story that you referenced?
Well, yeah. So I mean, I know. I'm not a full expert on this now, but we know that Allegro translated this and said that they were actually encrypting these. In the original text, it was a secret, sacred mushroom cult. See, and people want to laugh at that because
No,
it's a hard
I
pill to
don't want to
swallow.
laugh at that. It's
This
just
guy was
every single
Oxford.
time.
I want to laugh at it.
Oxford graduate. Okay, he was an Oxford graduate, Dead Sea Scroll scholar, appointed by the Jordanian government and the church. I think it was the Catholic Church to decipher these Dead Sea Scrolls. If you look up John Allegro on the Dead Sea Scrolls, you can actually see him holding the scrolls and piecing them together. Okay, he was one of the very few people that was appointed to do this. He could read those original languages like Akkadian and Sanskrit or whatever. And
What did they tell you?
yeah, and he wrote the book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, where he deciphered. Yeah.
Is that why you adhered to it?
What's that?
Is that why you adhered to it?
Why I adhere to what?
What you're talking about? You're literally
No,
talking
that's just one of the there's so many pieces. That's just one of the many pieces to the puzzle, right? You could take that piece out and everything would stand.
Take mushrooms, or said the mushroom was in the God. God was in the mushroom.
He said that Christianity was actually a mushroom cult and that Jesus was actually a mushroom, and that
You talking about the Sacred Scrolls? What book?
So the Dead Sea Scrolls, the guy is called John Allegro. He wrote the book, and he does all the different translations in the book. He goes over all many different stories in the Bible, even in the Old Testament and the New Testament and stuff. Or actually,
Did you
Old and
find
New
this
Testament.
after he did mushrooms and it it gave you reassurance on what you believe, or like?
Yeah. And then I've even questioned myself and been like, is this really real? And then I'll go in and I'll have the communion and I'll be like, wow, like this is more real than I can even express. Like even everything I've said
Communion?
now.
What do you mean? Like you've been to church?
No, taking mushrooms, bro.
Oh, it's his communion.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah,
like
community is taking mushrooms.
Actual communication,
Would you, Steelman, would you ever go to a church?
Oh yeah, I've been to so many churches, dude. I was at church fucking last week, and it's every one of them I've ever been to is a bunch of bullshit.
Have you ever been to an Orthodox church?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so Steelman just said that to know what's real, he has to have communion by doing mushrooms.
No, I
and y'all are
understand,
taking
because-
what he's saying seriously, like it's a real conversation. Like
No,
in order to know what's real, you have to do a
you have to
psychedelic.
engage
and
with these people.
basic-
For them, it's
I
serious.
am
It's
engaging
his
with them by
community.
mocking.
No,
him
you
because
can't
it's the
engage
proper
with
way.
him, Cecil. We've tried.
The only
We've
way
done a lot of engaging.
Okay.
Well, no,
Mind I say-
he's giving me fair answers. Everything I ask, he gives me a very fair answer.
Oh God.
So I was asking, has he ever been to an Orthodox church? So far, he said no. He said he checked out every other church. He's never been to liturgy. Have you ever been to liturgy, Steelman? Hold on, let me finish it.
Well, so I don't know about all that, but every time I try to go to a church now, before I didn't, I have kids, went to a bunch of churches, but now if I go to church, they always want to separate, like, like the kids from the adults and like shit like that.
Well, no, we don't do that. We don't do that at all.
Yeah, we don't do that at Orthodox.
Yeah, that's cool.
This is what I was asking, Steelman. Like, would you ever check out an Orthodox church? This was just trying to ask.
Yeah, I would, but you got to understand that me
What?
having this.
What does it take for you to go in there
No,
and check out?
No, I would
come
go any
to
day.
liturgy
I do it for fun.
One time. Just come one time.
No, yeah, no, I'm totally down. I go do all that shit for fun, but the thing is that I'll probably end up,
Stay for coffee hour after if you go.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, I'm down,
Even
dude.
if you don't like it, have your come in with the criticisms. Like,
Yeah,
don't
no, I
come
have no
in,
problems
like,
with.
Don't come in there like a sheep. Like, come in there with like.
I heard
what
the
you
Greeks
already
have really good food.
Okay.
I don't recommend going to the Greek ones necessarily,
Okay,
but
I have a question. I have two questions for you, man. Sorry. Can you tell me the difference between mushroom? Can you tell the difference between mushroom and acid?
No, there's a big difference. They're similar.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
Yeah, mushrooms all in your head, and the acid you kind of feel it
Dude,
all
it's
over your body.
all of them are all in your head. Everything's in
Well,
your head.
Sorta, yeah, but it's a different kind of high.
Okay,
True,
yeah,
very true. And the second one.
They do the same thing though. Psychedelics open up receptors in your brain. They
I
create
never
new
want to try
pathways.
drugs after this.
Okay,
No,
they're
when I
not
retire.
drugs, K2.
Well,
They're not
no,
drugs.
they don't open receptors. They put
Dude,
you in.
I don't. Steelman, this is the only reason
Christ.
I agree with you is people don't understand psychedelics create new pathways between neurons, and no one understands what that means.
they do
No,
do that.
we do
That's
understand
true.
what
Yeah,
that
they do.
means.
No, what's really funny is people think that they damage your brain or whatever. Actually, if you look at the, John Hopkins studies that have come out recently and everything, it shows that not only do they repair damaged brain cells, but they create new ones.
I mean,
Yeah,
at least Marilyn is being kind of consistent when it comes with the brain stuff. Yeah, because
okay.
Yeah,
So
Marilyn looks sane compared to Steelman, Emmett. That's why you're
Okay.
saying that.
Like,
Okay, see,
this is the problem that I have, okay, Stillman, and you're never gonna get me out of it because you're never gonna be able to keep me in the known according to you. Your evidence is Gnostic in essence. It's the known thing that you know due to whatever it is that you drink or ate. Okay,
Well, I have a lot of more evidence than that.
No, you don't.
He just needs religion. He has God.
He
just
doesn't.
needs the
No, Cecil, he thinks he's God.
Emmett,
Can you
the truth is,
understand the
Emmett-
difference between that and
Yes.
religion?
And-
What is the
and
difference
see-
between religion, okay, and believing you're God? Can you
and
tell me that?
agnostic?
No. Can you tell me what is the
authority?
difference between religion and believing you're God?
Authority.
You think it's just authority?
What else?
Arrogance? Pure,
Arrogance of the
unadulterated
authority?
arrogance?
Arrogance of the authority?
No, because they don't. They are the authority. It's pure.
So,
It's
hold on.
not wisdom.
So-
It's the opposite to wisdom. It's
So doesn't the Bible define religion as caring for widows and orphans?
you see,
That's what
he's a
religion is.
quote fucking miner. All he does is quote
Steelman,
mine
this is
dumb,
the only thing
dumb
I don't like
stuff.
you do. Stop using the Bible to obfuscate from what we're talking about.
Well, no, I'm saying, so how do you guys talk about religion? Because true religion, according to Paul, is caring for
Mhm.
widows and orphans.
It's just that.
Why do
That
you-
is the
can
only
I
thing
ask
that is
why-
religion, right?
He's so close, though. He's worthy
No,
of
he's
redemption.
not close. He's a
Save him.
Gnostic. You're not
I'm not giving up.
understanding.
I love people. I'm not giving up.
Yes, I'm not saying that you should give up. What I'm telling you
No,
is you're
Emmett,
not
you're- I mean,
understanding
Cecil,
the
you're cool.
difference. You're looking at these from
Thank
a
you,
different perspective. He's
I'm always worried you don't like me because we like butted heads, but like everything I say
I don't
to you is
even-
out of love. I want you to see the light.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I don't recall our butting heads, so yeah, that's cool.
Right
just,
on, okay,
I'm
cool.
just mocking you, Steelman. So I'm not like him. So don't confuse me with somebody.
It's hard, yeah, because a lot of you people are just mocking, so it's hard to have
No,
like actual
that's all I'm doing.
contention arguments.
No, Anson's got a lot of potential, but he just likes to fucking act like an idiot for no reason for what, yeah.
I don't know why you kept talking about Anson, but then once I met him, I was like, okay, I get it. This guy is just the guy to come in to I don't know, controversial. He's like the angry Reddit atheist.
Oh
or
no,
something,
man,
like,
he was. I love Anson, dude. I wish he wouldn't act all fucking degen because he's super brilliant, and except
You know,
he's
you
super
say-
retarded.
You know, you say
smart,
he's an
but I've
atheist.
been said he's super DJ.
Anson comes to church with me every time I see him, bro. You know, Anson's a great guy.
Really? No way.
Yeah, he does. He
So
comes to
he's a
liturgy every time.
TikToker.
He comes to liturgy every time with me,
it's
bro.
I just remember it's pride, okay? What he's talking about is pure pride.
Yeah, and that's something I was gonna say a moment ago. Is like, realistically, pride is the downfall. Is like that's what causes all of the other sins, and humility is the fount. Is
Where's
the
the
fount
pride,
of,
guys?
and the humility is
You
the
guys-
fount of all the other virtues. And so,
all right.
that I'm not saying that you're exhibiting those things. I just
No,
thought
I'm
of
saying
that
that
a
you
moment
are.
ago.
I'm saying that you guys are. Maybe Anson can see it now. You guys are all actually exhibiting the pride. Terrence
Yes.
McKenna pointed this out when he said, "Until you can humble yourself to the fact that your savior."
Stillman, wait a second. Okay, let me ask you this question. When I talk about
Motherfucker, I
religion,
shouldn't let you interrupt me.
yeah, shut up. When I talk about religion, does it come from me and from my special knowledge that I got from a stupid mushroom? Is that where it comes from?
When you talk about religion,
Yeah, when I talk about religion, do I go on and tell you that I have my special revelation given to me by a dumb mushroom?
no, you have a special revelation
No?
given to you from fucking pastor.
Amazing. So it doesn't come from me, right?
No, it comes from your pastor, right?
Oh, so precisely. So it doesn't come from me. So it's not pride.
Oh yeah,
because
so I need
don't-
to
yeah.
start a
There you go.
501c3, and then
yeah.
I'll have fucking authority.
I know.
Okay, got it.
No, I think you don't understand. Like it's a.
Oh no,
No,
so then it's from
the
fucking
the
Paul?
whole point of what I'm trying to
You're gonna get
point
into that,
out
Patrick?
here is that it is pride, and
It's from
what
apostolic
he's,
authority.
what
Okay.
he's pretty much saying is directly, it's just pride. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
what
yeah, the
about
Orthodox,
you? I'm
right,
not
Patrick,
gonna
I
I'm
get
not
what you're
gonna
saying.
go ahead and content with my own pride. I'm just gonna go ahead and pretend that it's about you, which is
Can I
prideful.
point out?
Can you
I
point out something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Before that, there's gonna be a great game of Among Us. It's gonna be in Nave's channel. We're gonna move there pretty soon. I'm probably gonna be there, probably at least a couple games. So if you wanna be in the greatest place on the internet, I recommend you to go and click on the link that I'm gonna be putting on, so that people can go and play Among Us and have a great
I'm
time.
envious. I can't play.
Yeah, you are
Screw
not
you
Among
guys.
Us.
I'm already playing RuneScape.
You guys are just not Among Us, okay?
We're trying to escape the mushroom. This is a great
Hey,
mushroom
did you get-
escape.
Did you get 99 cutting wood yet?
I have 0 99s, bro.
Okay, so that's what we were gonna. This is what we were gonna be doing. This is what's gonna be happening.
I'm curious still, man. Just because I've talked with Marilyn about this, but I'm curious what your answer is. Why? Because Marilyn uses the Bible too. I'm curious why either of you use the Bible. Why don't you quote like the Bhagavad Gita or like other texts? Why do you guys choose to quote the Bible?
Well, part of the reason is because, not only was I raised in the same, Christian society, but when you're talking to other Christians, it's just their language, right? So it's like speaking English to an English person. And if you were, in Tibet, you'd speak Buddhist to a Buddhist,
Yeah,
but ultimately it'd be the same message.
Because they're Christian.
No. It's not because of that. It's because they are weaponizing language in order to be able to try to explain themselves as the ultimate authority. That's why it's a weaponization of language where they're trying to go ahead and pretend that they have knowledge. In the gnosis, okay, utilizing the sacred books that we believe are sacred.
Well, I'm not saying that I have ultimate authority. I'm saying that Jesus
do.
has ultimate authority.
Man, I ask you. Wait, shut up. I literally ask you if you could judge the heart of man, and you said yes. Okay, so don't come with me that you don't have ultimate authority according to you.
I mean, it can be done. Like I said, if I was on
there you
mushrooms,
go.
sure. But that's
Sure.
because I'd be in communion,
Yeah,
I'd be possessed by
there
Christ.
you go. I asked you, and you said yes.
And
So,
the thing
yeah,
is,
you're
here's
the
why.
ultimate
Here's why
authority.
Here's what I mean by that, Emmett. Let me explain that. I've seen on mushrooms that everything is written on a person's face. It's like a book. If you can read it, you can know everything about it. And that's how Jesus sees us. He sees our hearts right through our face. And
Yeah.
when we have open minds, we can judge people by their face because it's written right on their face.
I'm sorry,
If you have eyes
Patrick.
to see it.
Go ahead. I just
I
needed
see
to.
what you mean,
I just
Emmett.
needed
I
to.
see what you mean. Emmett, you're right about weaponizing the Bible against us. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I'm
But
sorry.
Cecil, he's
I'm
he's full of
sorry.
shit, man.
Wait. I'm sorry, Patrick.
No,
I needed
Emmett,
to. I needed. To,
there's never.
I'm
there's
saying
never
something
anything
to
Emmett ever
Patrick,
said that
Cecil. Give me a second. I'm sorry, Patrick. I needed to finish that point. Okay,
Emmett,
sorry.
that's like what they said of Jesus. Just remember, everything these guys say, they said to Jesus. Everything.
What do you? Wait, can you repeat that once again?
Yeah, everything that you guys say, every criticism that you guys have against me and Marilyn.
I mean, look, Steelman.
were
There's
made-
a quote
yeah.
in the Bible. Say if you don't know about this, but say this: if they hated you, it's because they hated me first.
Right. Exactly. And so when these guys criticize me, I know I'm just being crucified like Christ, and that's just how it is. It's always been that way, and it always will be that way.
It's
You know?
just weaponization of language. That's exactly what's.
I mean,
going
I could justify being a papist. Substitute the first letter for R, with that logic. Like I'm correct in being a papist because people are
You
crucifying
could,
me
you could.
for it.
That's fine. But see, I'm actually here speaking the true gospel, right? And
Well, what if I'm preaching the true gospel of papism?
well, then that's
Substitute the first letter with R.
If it is the true gospel of it, then it should be heard.
So the reason why this is so difficult is because Steelman's not a Christian. He's a radical individualist, right? And basically he's what you're calling weaponized language, Emmett, I actually view as like intentional deception to try and conceal what he is so that he looks like he's one of you when in reality he's not a Christian. He's something totally different and set apart, right? He's just trying to put on the clothes of a Christian to fit in, right? It just be like me, Steel Man. Just say, there ain't no God. God don't exist. It's all.
Oh no, I know God
nonsense.
is real.
Let's do some shrooms and have our existential experience
Anson.
and be individuals and let's just not pretend to be one of them, man. Come on, just come over here to
Dude,
my
is this
side.
what's wrong with Anson?
Anson.
Like, I love having him here, but like, oh my god.
Well, I agree with that. I have to agree with Anson when it comes to the weaponization of language. That's what I mean. When you're weaponizing language, it's because you want to deceive. That's the whole point of weaponizing language.
Cecil, they're making that up, right? I believe that Jesus wasn't a Christian, right? Because he couldn't have been, because there wasn't even Christianity, right? What Jesus was a follower of God. What most Christians are is a follower of the stories they've been told of Jesus, which is a total conception of what Jesus was teaching.
A lot of people are not Christians.
Yeah, I know. I'm one of them. Yeah.
And so, yeah. When Emmet talks about Christian, he thinks he's a Christian. He has no idea what a real Christian is, right?
Hold on.
Listen,
what you're saying has a lot of claim. How are you gonna claim you're more of a Christian than Emmet?
Because I know what.
Why?
Yeah, because I've seen how Emmet views things, and it is not with the heart of Christ,
So from your perspective, because how you look at Emmet, you're more of a Christian.
It's not how I look at Emmet. It's that. See, I believe that I know the teachings in the heart of Christ very well.
Because of his gnosis. That's why. Because he has a special revelation. You see? Do you see why I'm telling you? Do you see the point? Because he has so much pride in him that he knows better than anybody else because he has a special revelation. That's the whole point. Okay? I have my special revelation that I can tell. I can see you and I can tell that you're not actual Christian. That's the whole point.
He has a point.
No, he doesn't. What point does he have?
From his perspective.
Yeah, but his perspective is dumb.
You are less than a Christian than him.
Yeah,
So how can you...
From his perspective, everyone is less than a Christian than him because he is the one that has the special revelation. Okay?
Man?
Well, I mean, the truth is, most people that I've ever met are fake Christians or not good Christians or deluded on the idea of Christianity.
So where's the standard? Where do we set the standard for Christianity?
So here would be my standard, right? Is if I look at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century.
You have the right standard. You already got the right standard. I'm not worried about you. I want to know about Steelman.
All right.
Well, I want to ask Steelman. I want to ask him. I want to ask him like. I want to ask him like, okay, well, if this is what Christ taught, and this is what he taught to the apostles. Why, when I read Polycarp,
something other than a mushroom, I'll be happy. But
why, when I read Polycarp, who is a disciple of the Apostle John, does Polycarp never talk about what you're talking about?
I'm not sure what.
Because
I
I'm
really don't
talking about Christians that literally existed, that were lived contemporary with the apostles post Christ.
Yeah. Why are they
Why does
wrong and you're right?
why
What
is
did they say?
Polycarp
No.
wrong and you're right?
About what? What did he say that I was wrong about?
Polycarp
just
doesn't
said.
talk about mushrooms and stuff like that. Polycarp doesn't talk about him being God. Like, okay, we do use some similar language, we just don't mean the same things. Like, God became man that man could become God by grace, but we don't mean the same thing as you when we say that. We mean a purification by God's energies, which is what I explained earlier as far as partaking in communion and like participating in God's energies and stuff like that.
Well. Okay, hold on. So to touch on the Cecil's point, because I'm not sure. Maybe this is touching on your point, because I don't want to get too far off of this. Is the standard where you can judge a Christian is to sum up the law in one commandment, right? Which is love one another, right?
No,
And
the
so
greatest of all commands is to love God with all your heart.
no.
Yeah, no,
There's
and the second, like
hold
unto
on.
the first, is to
I know what
love your neighbor without is to love your
I
neighbor.
know
Love
what
your neighbor, love
you're
yourself.
I get where you're going with this. You're summing it up in two commandments. But look where the
That is
Bible
what
sums it.
Christ did.
Okay, but what I'm saying is look where the Bible sums it up in one commandment. There's a spot in there where it's summed up in one commandment. And
Okay,
that's
there's a spot in there where it's summed up in two commandments.
right, and I'm pointing to make it simpler, right? Let me sum it up in one commandment where the Bible sums it up into one commandment. That's all. I'm not trying to like fuck with you, right? I'm just saying where the Bible sums it up in one commandment. And you can, okay, we can go with what Jesus said. Anyways, it's love one another. And Jesus says the same thing, love God and love one another. Let's just, to make it simpler, as I think Paul says, love one another in one commandment, right?
Okay, Stillman, let me ask you a question. Why do we need all of the books in the Bible if we can just have a little slogan that says love one another?
Right, and that's exactly. We
Yeah,
don't,
I'm asking
but
you.
it's for
You
people
don't?
like you to, right, and so it's for people like
So
you.
why do
the
you
the
quote
nuances,
it? Why do you quote the rest of the Bible? Just quote that you love one another.
because it's
What
for
do you
people
need?
like you that need the nuances. So when they
People
say, well,
like
what about
me?
because people like you will say, but what about the adulteress? Shouldn't we stone her? And Jesus says, no, love one another, But what about, Beelzebub or whatever the fuck the guy was that we were supposed to sacrifice at the end? Shouldn't we kill him? No, I've put myself in his place. Love one another. Every time, so the punishment for sin is the love one another, right? The judges, the punishers are supposed to love the sinners. That's the commandment that Christianity gives. And that's what people get wrong, is
So
they
what
always
about
want
the
to punish
Amalekites?
the sin.
Or
The
the
what?
Canaanites?
Are you talking about the Old Testament where Jesus says, your
well,
father
I don't know.
was
You
Satan?
tell me. You were just telling me that I want to stone people. Isn't that in the Old Testament?
Right, and what did Jesus say? That's what I'm saying. He said, your
I'm asking
father
you
is the
about the
father of
Amalekites.
Satan. No, the
Was
God in the
God
Old Testament
wrong?
was evil and wicked.
Well, no, technically Emmet is correct because the new covenant had not been given yet when Christ was still alive and had not died and sacrificed on a cross and stuff yet. So I mean, technically
so
everything was still Old Testament related in what Emmet is talking about contextually.
that's what I'm saying. Everything is Old Testament, and everything in the Old Testament is all wicked and evil God.
I mean, but
All
it's
that
in
shit.
the New Testament when it's talking about it. But yeah.
Okay. So what are we talking about in the New Testament?
Wait.
Where
Jesus,
does Jesus?
Jesus
no,
Christ
go ahead.
is God, which means he's the same God, right?
No, Jesus says your God is the God of Satan. He tells the Jews that. See, he was the serpent in the garden who offered the trees of knowledge and the tree of life, just as he did in the Last Supper, where he offered his blood and his body.
See, so can you finally see what I mean? Can you?
No, look, he's fine. You just
He's fine. It's fine. I know.
So if God, so from my point of view though, God has one will.
Look, Emmet, unless you're riled up and gonna do something and say something to help it, he's right, but he's wrong. But it's like, how are you gonna guide him right?
Well,
You can't.
so
There's
from
people
my-
that you can't guide.
Yeah, from my perspective, his worldview makes just about as much sense as y'all's does. I mean, y'all all believe in things that aren't really there and have some sort of rationale for it.
Yeah.
You believe your mind exists, Ensign, and it's not really there either.
All makes sense from Steelman.
And so you believe in the
argue
future.
You would have to be the mushroom to get into his brain to change his mind.
Yeah.
And then what would happen is if you did that, you would ultimately come to my side.
Look, all I know is that come on, people now. smile on your brother. Everybody get together and try to love one another right now, right?
Oh, let's do some kumbaya.
Yeah, let's chill. Let's bring it down a notch. There's a lot of acrimony here. Let's just relax a little bit, y'all. I mean, it's a good night. Emmet's got his channel going pretty damn good. You got like what 180
Yeah, dude, you
subs,
got a lot
man.
of viewers. That's how I was like,
Yeah.
Well,
oh,
you've gained way more subs in like the last little bit.
Yeah,
Here.
man, you're doing real good, man. And you're making content that's real good. You need to get another interview on here, man. Have you seen that Deaf Not Whatever chick? She'd be really good for an interview with you, Emmett. She's like a super liberal, like feminist, but pretends like she's moderate. She'd be a lot of fun. You should do it.
People have been clamoring for you to come back and have another troll session with me. They said that they love that one. Maybe we should
Hey,
plan ahead on having one.
You had a brilliant idea though. You're like, I'll interview people for post debate. Like I
Yeah.
want to hear the drama, but from the people who debated, I was like, yo, this is like $1 million idea. I was like, yeah, dude, let's grift off of like they're all heated up. They just had a debate. They're like, come on my panel and like tell me about how your debate went. Like we want to go over it, but let's hear the debate from the people who just debated.
Yeah,
Like,
that was.
yeah, dude, you got a good idea.
That's an interesting one. I just need to I need to get more. The only problem is I'm not that big yet, so it's kind of hard to get the debaters
Oh,
that
dude,
are
there's
kind
so
of
many
big.
big people. There's so many big people who come by and raid you and like.
Yeah, it's
little
gonna be
did you
fun.
know,
I'm
man.
gonna have I'm gonna ask Robbie his next debate if he can come, and maybe I'll try to
Oh my
contact
God, Robbie's
Nick's.
so fired up. You seen him?
oh.
That guy's so mad.
I'm gonna try to contact not Nick's, Jim Bob, and see if Jim Bob wants to have an interview about his last debate, which was interesting.
Dude, if you had Jim Bob, I love Jim Bob. He's one of my favorites. Like, Andrew's a better debater, but Jim Bob has better philosophy. Like Jim Bob, I think it comes back. He
I
used
kind of
to
want
be
to hear Anson's opinion. I don't know if Anson saw that debate. Did you see that, Anson?
Jim Bob used to be like an atheist and like a truther. So like he came from that and became Christian. So he knows all the things like before it.
When Jim Bob and Adam debated what's his name? Wick and
Yes.
and
You saw
Florence.
that? Oh my God.
Weekend.
Did you just see that?
That was a very frustrating debate
Boring.
because they seem to not understand.
Dude, was it frustrating? It's funny for me. I was laughing.
I feel like the other side did not. The other side was basically like, well, you don't subscribe to my definition, so then you're wrong. And it's like,
I mean, I like their uniform. They got like the hoodie up and like.
I don't know. It's the whole debate. They could have not even talked about anything but the definition. I don't even know why we went anywhere else, but just
Yeah.
arguing the definition the whole time.
I don't know.
Because that's what it becomes. They can't have the debate unless we actually know what we're arguing about.
No,
And
but
it
they
becomes
moved past it. They moved past it. They should have just kept arguing the definition the whole time
It
because they could
becomes
never
a
agree on it.
debate about metaphysics. Like they spend hours on debating the metaphysics so they can get to
But
the
they
actual
didn't. They argued about things surrounding that, and they should have
Yeah.
kept pounding the metaphysics.
Yeah, but see the problem is that when you pair up empiricists with transcendentalists, you have an automatic mismatch because those two things are not reconcilable, and so there's actually no way to bridge the gap between those two. So from my perspective, like I watched a few minutes of that debate and there was really no point.
Yeah.
Dumping Weeble, I'm gonna be okay. I listen, okay. I can't show you, but
Was that Anos?
I have the Jesus Christ. I have the thing now. I'm finally
You
going to
scared me.
sleep.
I thought it was the Men in Black. I thought you
Well,
were about
and
to
then-
erase my memory.
Corinth had no understanding of like the authority of a priest or anything like that. It was really weird as far as him trying to use that against Jim Bob and Adam the entire time. From my perspective, it was weird. Maybe not from his, but it seemed like
No,
yeah.
Corinth made the most sense of that entire debate. I mean,
No, he
like, I don't-
didn't.
He's an excellent debater, and he's not. I don't think he won though. Like the only time I've ever seen Jim Bob really take an L was when he debated Scott Fabian Liberty on Christian nationalism, That's the only time I've really seen King Bob
God.
crash and
That was
burn.
even a hell.
The only time, you know what? When is the time that I've seen Fabian Liberty crash and burn and still cries about it is with Jay Dyer.
Yeah, because Jay Dyer doesn't know how to have a good faith debate.
No, it's because Fabian didn't understand the argument from the start.
Yeah.
Thing is thing, and then Jay is like, well, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give you a critique on thing is thing. You can't do that. He's like, listen, this has been the critique by the philosophers, and he gave him like 5 philosophers with 2 different critiques. You can't do that. Thing is thing. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that Fabian Liberty just crashed and burned with that one. He just crashed, and he went on everywhere saying that Jay Dyer was too mean.
No, he didn't say Jay Dyer was too mean. He said he's a bad faith debater who uses jargon to talk over people, and
he's too mean.
No,
you know?
it's so Jay Dyer's entire technique is a veiled ad hom where he basically talks over you.
Oh, do you want to go through that debate? Because we can go through that debate, and we'll see who was the one who was bad faith in that debate. I saw it all twice because I thought it was funny how big the crash and burn was from Fabian.
Yeah.
No, I do agree. I do agree with Anson. But go ahead, Anson. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Fabian's probably the best secularist debater because he doesn't go through the same sort of traps that most of the materialists go through. And that's why I think Jay was just basically having to resort to all these bad faith tactics when he was debating him because he.
What was the bad faith tactic?
The use of jargon, talking over, and basically being condescending about.
What was the argument?
Appealing to the authority of the philosophers for the thing is thing argument is one.
What was the argument?
Fallacy.
What was the argument from
Let's
Fabian?
pull it up. Pull it up. Well,
you know this debate. Tell me, what was the argument from Fabian?
I watched the debate. I made conclusions. I don't remember the substance of the debate. I remember some of my conclusions. If you want to pull it up, we can discuss.
Yeah, we can go ahead and pull it up. Yeah, it's fine.
Because you.
Yeah.
He is right. Jay does that a lot, as far as like.
Yeah, he does that a lot, and I've seen a lot of debates from Jay Dyer being bad faith. This was not one of them. He started the debate explaining the difference in the paradigm, and the argument from Fabian was reality is reality. We have to accept reality as real, and Jay Dyer, what he did was the critique of reality is real. And you have to go through the critique of reality is real, and he gave different philosophers and the critique for reality is real. And that's supposed to be bad faith, which I don't understand why, but I don't know. I mean, Anson remembers the debate, I think.
Yeah, I remember the debate. I don't remember the substance of the debate. I just remember the conclusions that I came away with, which was that Jay Dyer looked like a fool.
Yeah, but I mean... That is the problem, right? When I ask you about the substance of the debate, you don't remember it. You just remember your feelings about it.
Yeah, I remember the conclusions that
you remember your feelings
right.
about it.
I don't remember a video that I watched like months ago. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize for not having an excellent memory.
That's fine. Your apology is accepted.
Good. I feel better now.
Because of your past behavior.
All right, I'm going to be quiet right now. I'm going to be quiet for 2 minutes, and you can answer.
Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead. So, now you're asking me a loaded question, which is, when did you stop being your wife? So I'm obviously not going to answer that specific question. But in regards to what is the non-aggression principle, non-aggression principle is an ought claim, but it is also an axiom. One can choose to follow that axiom or not follow that axiom in their system of ethics. But if you have an ethical system that you attempt to justify, then that is where you must follow, or your system must be commiserate with the non-aggression principle, or it falls into contradiction. That is the claim that I'm making. So you are correct that the NAP is a moral claim that one ought not aggress upon other people, but when we are talking about bridging kind of the is-ought gap from descriptive to prescriptive ideology, what I'm saying is that it is a means of negating ethical justifications when they go against the non-aggression principle. So, boom, finally.
I don't even know what that is supposed to mean. Means of negating. What is that supposed to mean?
Right. So libertarianism as a whole is, the NAP is axiomatic to libertarianism, but things such as like argumentation ethics and other forms of logic showcase that, people that attempt to justify the law of the jungle or are no longer engaged in ethics, right? If you're saying some people can be slaves or some property can be taken, then your moral claims aren't universalizable and they fall into contradiction.
Are moral claims universalizable?
Yeah, they are.
Well, for it to be a true moral claim, it would have to be universal.
So there are universals?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you justify universal claims?
How do I justify the existence of universal claims? Like, can you give me an example of one to just make it easier and simple?
Yeah, one ought follow the NAP.
Well, so we would start with existence exists, then we would move into.
You see? Which
Yeah.
part in this debate has anyone be bad faith?
No, not yet, not yet.
Okay.
No, it hasn't gotten heated yet, though. See, the title says heated.
Formal law.
Existence exists. What is that supposed to mean?
It's an unavoidable axiom, right? So one cannot argue against.
I mean, it's a self-referencing basically version of the identity principle. But what does that mean? Existence exists.
That means that existence exists, right? It is self-referencing in that situation, but one cannot argue against the concept of existence.
Actually, you can because you can actually pretty easily because existence is.
Well, yeah, I could say cats have wings.
No, existence. No. I'm making a different point. That existence is a very contested, ambiguous term in the history of philosophy. It's a metaphysical claim. So.
Why are you laughing, Ensign?
Why are you laughing,
Go ahead and explain.
That's like that dumbass thing that Emmet said the other day about the future not existing, right? Like you can philosophy your way out of reality all you want. That doesn't change reality.
Yeah, show me the future. Show me the future, Anson.
Yeah, I'll do that. And somebody needs to show Jay that it exists.
Show me the future, Anson.
Yeah, I'll show you the future. And Fabian will show Jay existence.
Show me the future, Anson.
Wait,
you said that it wasn't. You said that it was something that exists.
Yeah,
so
it
I
is.
need you to know. I need to. Do
It'll
you
be here in
understand the
1 second.
difference?
Yeah, no, the future will be here in 1 second.
No, it will be the present.
Oh, and here it is again.
No, it will be the present.
It keeps. Yeah, I know. It keeps coming.
It's
into
still the present.
It moves from
every single time that you say it's coming and it's there. It's the present. So it's not the future.
Yeah, it was the future. Now
no, it wasn't.
It was.
No, it's the present.
It's happening again right now.
You see, it's the present.
I know. It just moved. See?
No, it doesn't move.
Yeah.
No.
It does. Yeah.
It doesn't.
That's how time works.
No, so you think time is linear, Ensign?
Yeah, I think that our perception of time is linear.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. Our perception.
Wait. Your perception? So it depends on you?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, all of the things that we experience in existence.
So you're the ultimate arbiter?
No, I'm not the ultimate arbiter. I'm the one who's
experienced. But how do we know that? Because you say it's your perception.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how do you know that you're not the
wait,
ultimate arbiter? It depends on your perception.
Are you making the assertion that perception doesn't exist?
I'm making the assertion that you say that perception is the ultimate arbiter according to you, and I'm asking you, how do you know that it's not?
No, you made that my claim. I'm just.
Yeah. I know because you said my
that,
perception, so my perception has to be the one that decides what is and what isn't, right?
No. My perception is how I view what is, right? Everybody has a perception. That it is the bias by which we view existence. You know, the thing that is.
The thing that is. You mean God?
Yeah. Nature, God, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
No, you mean God. He's that is, right?
Yeah. I mean, the universe, God is the same thing.
Time isn't real, guys. Shouts out to Abe.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was waiting for Abe. I was like, Abe always comes in, he lets us talk all this crazy shit, and then Abe always comes in with some funny shit.
Oh, man.
I just don't think time is linear, but I can't prove that by my perception.
I just don't know how you can say that
Okay.
something is
Wait,
outside
no,
of your perception that you would give any kind of credence according to you being a
well,
pure
if time is
empiricist.
not linear, what is time? Like, how
Well,
do
but
you view time?
by that standard, you wouldn't be able to know if God exists or not, because
No,
you're basing your
I'm not a
knowledge of
pure
God solely on your
empiricist.
perception.
Makes
No.
no sense what you
No,
said.
that's the point.
Yeah, no,
I'm
no,
not
but it's,
basing it
No, no.
solely on my
you
perception.
are.
I'm
You are.
actually
There's no other
basing
way
it.
for you to base it on anything except
I'm
your
actually
perception.
no. I'm basing it.
Because you're a
I'm actually
human.
basing it
This,
Right.
on God's
this
grace,
is
which has
Anos?
nothing to do with
This
my
is Anos?
perception.
Thank you. You know, Anson is making my point. Exactly. The only way for you to know God exists is from your own perception, and that's
Hey,
why.
heads up, we
Basing
got
it.
Grumple
No,
in
no,
the,
no, no, no. I'm
Grumple in the
basing it.
chat. Grumple's here.
I'm basing it on God's grace, which is not my perception.
How do
But
you
you can.
perceive God's grace?
I don't perceive it.
Oh, you don't. So you don't know it exists.
I don't perceive it. No, I use
Oh.
I use a different kind of
Okay.
things, which
Oh,
is
okay.
has nothing to do with my perception. It has nothing to do
No.
with my senses. It has to
Anson,
do
that's
with
what.
with the way that I know things.
He's
You
got
know,
a way
it
of
has to do with the
sensing things that
transcendental, like the
Oh,
mind.
okay.
You know,
Anson,
the
he's not
mind.
he's not a Gnostic, Anson. He doesn't know these things exist. He
Oh.
just has faith and believes they do, but he
Well,
doesn't experience
I
them.
have faith.
Oh.
That's correct.
I think he's alluding to a noetic knowing, not a like mental knowing. But
No,
I
but
don't
when
want
you've
to speak for him.
experienced God's grace and you've experienced God and you know God exists and you know God's grace exists and things like that because you experienced that, then
I
it's not
can't.
just this
I
faith
you know
thing.
he knows it because he has some kind of experience with his senses. Well, I'm not using my senses to have the experience of God's grace.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't use his senses. He just
No,
conjures
he
it out of
says that
thin
he
air?
uses his senses. Okay, he has to
Yeah.
take. He actually has to take mushrooms in order for him to experience it. Well, I don't have to.
Have you ever
That's
heard
the
the story
point.
of Saint Nikitas of the Kiev Caves, Steelman?
Can you say that one more time?
Have you ever heard the
Yeah, I
story
know.
of Saint Nikitas of the Kiev Caves?
I haven't.
So Saint
But I-
Nikitas of the Kiev Caves was a monk that was obviously from Ukraine. This was a long time ago, but it was from the modern land area of what is now Ukraine,
sorry.
near Kiev. And he wanted to become. He lived in a monastery with his brothers, his brother monks, but he wanted to go into be a hermit and live in the wilderness by himself, so that God would give him greater blessings. And he asked his abbot if he could go and live in the wilderness, and his abbot told him, no, you shouldn't go live in the wilderness because you're not ready to do such things, and you'll fall into delusion, for it's difficult to live alone in the wilderness. And he told him, no, like, you've taught me very well. I've lived with my brothers for a long time. Like, it's all going to be good. And the abbot told him that he would be blessed greater if he stayed here with his brothers, rather than going into the wilderness. Well, he went into the wilderness anyway, and he lived in a cave by himself. And as he lived in this cave by himself, one day he was praying, and he smelled a sweet fragrance, and a voice began to speak to him. And he acknowledged that voice as being an angel or the Lord, or an angel of the Lord, and he asked for it to reveal itself to him so that he may see it. And it revealed itself to him, and he said, and he had already basically said, if you'll reveal yourself to me, then I will do whatever you say. And so once it revealed itself to him, it was an angel of the Lord, and it said, here's what I would ask you to do, is I would ask you to consume your time with reading rather than praying, and I will pray for you instead. And so Saint Nikitas began to consume his time with reading, and as he would look about the wilderness as he was reading, he would see the angel praying for him during his reading times, and he would be like, oh, this is great, like an angel of the Lord is reading to me, or is praying for me while I read, so now I don't have to do my prayer rule. He's essentially doing my prayer rule for me. And so people would come to him and things like that over time, and he was able to do prophecies. He was able to find lost objects for people, and he was known as a man with great wisdom, especially of the Old Testament. Well, his brothers came to see him one day to visit him and check on him, and they realized that he would never speak of anything about the New Testament or of Christ. He would only ever speak of the Old Testament. And they thought this was very strange, that he would only speak about the Old Testament and not the New. And so they went back to the abbot, and they said, Father, he's only talking about the Old Testament. We tried to talk to him about the New Testament, and he wouldn't really talk about it. What should we do? And he told them, you need to go get him and bring him back from the wilderness and bring him back here. And they went, and when they went back to him and found him again, he couldn't even read anymore. And so they brought him back to the monastery. They did an exorcism with him, and yeah, that he had been deceived by a demon that was appearing as an angel to him, is what happened to him. And he ended up becoming a saint because then he did follow what his abbot told him, and he achieved the gift of miracle working, which was ultimately his goal of achieving greater blessings. And so it's essentially his whole story is a warning against prelest, and to not trust the things that you see and the experiences you have. And I mean, yeah, I don't mean that to sound sharp to you. I'm just telling a story from the life of the church. So
Yeah. Yeah.
you never heard that story before, Cecil? Sorry, go ahead, Steelman.
No, I never heard this one.
But yeah,
that's cool, man. I mean, it sounds like you got some fucking, right? Sounds like you got some fucking bunk ass shrooms or something, man. This guy was high as fuck. He couldn't even read anymore.
Yeah,
Probably couldn't even talk
besides,
anymore.
well, Steelman, like, would you ever actually go to a liturgy?
Oh, dude, I used to go church hopping, literally. I've been to so many churches, you wouldn't believe it, dude. I've had many churches call the cops on me
I
and shit
know.
for just dumb
I
shit, you
believe
know?
you. Like, you're saying what you're saying is the same problem I had. I've checked out all these other churches and I never liked them. It didn't make sense. They're cherry picking. They're saying this and that out of the Bible, but then why are they not following the Bible? It doesn't make sense to me. This is why I'm asking, like, would you ever actually go to a liturgy?
Dude, there's no church I wouldn't go to, but the thing is that I would be surprised if, dude, I did midrashes and shit, so for liturgy is like a midrash, basically,
I don't
between,
know
like,
if you'll like it or not, but I'm asking, like, will you actually go to an Orthodox church? Like, attend a,
yeah, you know,
a
what I would
service?
love to do though is record it, because and then I will compare with you and we'll see, because I have
Dude,
a
I want
feeling
to
we'll
talk
see.
to you. I want you to go, and then all your contempts and complaints, all the things that you are upset about or didn't like, you're like, I went there, I tried to fill it out and see it, but what didn't make me or what I didn't like, I want to hear that. But like,
Yeah.
I want to hear that you actually went and then afterward. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly, because I can't, yeah, you don't want me to, like, I can't say
Would
it's
you
gonna
do
be bad.
that? Would you actually do that?
Yeah, I'll check it out if there's one in the area, you know, just to appease
Dude, you
the
give me,
idea
I
between.
would get so much respect. Like, if you would actually check it out and then give me your complaints afterward, that's what
No,
I
I
want to hear.
should. That way I can figure out what all this Orthodox
Yeah,
fucking.
dude, I don't want to hear about your complaints about orthodoxy before you've gone. But if you've gone, I want to hear your complaints afterward.
Yeah, I'll check it out, you know. Yeah. And then I'll
Do you know
come back
one
and
that's
complain.
close by you? Like, the closest one to me
No.
was an hour long, and I thought it was too far. But like, now it's not too far. Now it's a privilege. Like, I'll be upset if I didn't go.
But like, so what do you don't when you go there? Do they like what, like preach to you or something? I'm guessing.
no,
No,
we
they
don't have.
don't preach to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
no.
we don't do that.
So like,
We accept everyone. We just try to help people through the things that they're going through
but
and
like,
lead them to Christ.
okay, so how do you? Okay, so how? What do you mean lead them to Christ?
Like, what is your problem? Like,
But,
obviously, we all
like, I
have
don't have any
problems.
problems, you know.
It's not a counseling session, though.
No, wait. Sorry, it's hard to like answer two people, but like, we all have problems. We're human. We go through human
No,
things.
you don't. No, when you have the grace of
Still,
God
man,
upon you,
you
man.
don't live a perfect life. Like, there's things that happened to you that were bad, and they probably fucked you up, and you're upset about them. But I'm
So
saying
you're talking
we
about
go
people
to,
that need like healing and shit though. But see, I've done so much, you know, communion and whatnot. I've been through so many healing sessions. I've worked through all that stuff.
No,
You know,
we
what I mean?
don't. We don't do miraculous healings and stuff like that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But not to like belittle like people who have gone through a lot and shit. But I'm like not one really, no offense, but, or
no, I
whatever. I'm just saying I'm
understand where
not
you're
really.
coming from, and you are right. The way you're explaining it, because from the way I'm explaining it, it does sound like that. But it's not like what I mean. I'm just saying how it is. And when you
Yeah.
go, the experience you will have will be very different than from what you
Yeah.
have in your head.
Yeah, I looked it up. It's only like 25 minutes, so that your
Is
hour
it
made
Greek
that.
or is it Greek or what? What
It says,
jurisdiction?
Yes.
oh, it's
Then
Russian.
there
That's
is
my
a big
favorite.
difference. There's Ukraine, there's Russian,
Wait,
there's a
what
major
did you say it
difference.
is, still, man?
It's Russian, so maybe that's not
Let's go.
the best.
Is it
Go, dude,
Rokor?
it'll
Is
be
it
so good. It'll
is it
change
Russian
your life.
Orthodox outside
It's
of
gonna be.
Russia, or is it MP proper? Do you know?
It says Saint Nicholas Russian Orthodox Church.
Oh, it
And
might be
you
Moscow Patriarchate then. That's interesting.
you like from an outside person, like outside perspective, your main thing is authority. You have a problem, you love God, and you're even a Christian. You believe in Christ. You believe Christ was a person and everything. Your main problem was authority. You think people are using religion to control people. But no, the authority is not to control people. It's to like guide people in the proper pathway. Like I want to hear you go to an actual Orthodox church, and I want to hear your complaints. I want to hear the things that you are upset about when you went there with contention.
Okay, so just
I just want to say something to Grumple real quick. Yeah, you can go to the Mormon parish or whatever it's called, and they'll be super nice.
The ward is what they call it.
Yeah, whatever it is. You can just go over there. They can let you use the dehydrator.
But I recall the
Dude,
Mormons. I think it
Steelman is
was.
very passionate. Like I feel like he could be, if we bring him over to the proper side, if he comes to the dark side, like he could be one of our greatest allies. That's like
Yeah,
we're gonna see the light.
the thing is that you're looking at him with these puppy eyes, and I'm looking at him with this
The
not
thing is,
puppy
yeah,
eyes.
Well,
I mean-
Emmett, you have to realize, like, I know these people upset you, but the
No.
tenets of Christianity is redemption. Everyone is worthy of redemption.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
can be redeemed.
I
No
agree.
matter how far.
But it's redemption
catechism
through.
or something?
It's
Huh?
But hold on, Cecil. What part of me needs redeeming? I don't understand. Where am I off?
Yeah, there you go.
Your authority problem is what upsets me.
Wait.
You,
Why? Okay, yeah. Sorry.
you love God and you love Christ, but you think people are using religion to control us.
Well, don't you agree that according to you, everyone except the Orthodoxy religions are doing the same thing that I'm saying they're
No,
doing?
I don't think so. I think they're guiding us. They're not controlling us. They're guiding us. They're trying to send us on the good path. You think it's control. The control is good. They're only
What
guiding
if their
us to the
intentions are?
good.
What if they're even though you could?
Why do you think they're guiding us?
What
in
if a bomb drops on my head? What if anything? I mean, I don't.
What if? What if? But we're not talking about what ifs.
Wait,
We're talking
no,
about
me?
control of religion.
Well, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt by saying maybe their intentions are to guide us, but their teachings are wrong. And this is what Jesus was talking about with the Jews. He's saying he was doing that the whole time. He was saying you guys are all trying to guide us.
Can't bring it in the Jews into it.
Yeah, just
right, because that's exactly what's going on now. Is Jesus was telling the religious leaders of their time the same
I
thing.
thought the same thing of religion till it came
Lord.
to orthodoxy. Orthodoxy has all the answers. Any problem you have, they can answer it properly. But you need to
Except for existence existing, apparently.
Huh?
No, it has. Wait.
No, I hear you.
Wait, Anson. That's a complete different. No, wait.
Don't let him derail
Wait,
you,
wait,
man. I
wait,
hear
wait,
you.
wait. Anson, that's a completely different thing. Okay.
I'll
We do
contend with
have.
him, but I need to hear what he says.
No,
Don't chime in with a little
God.
quick
He said
snippet.
who created God?
No, he said
No.
existence
No, he
exists.
That's the
No,
point.
he didn't say
We are
that.
uncreated. You cannot be like God and never understand it. Stop trying to be God.
We're not created. We just are. Come on.
No,
man.
who created God was the question.
You know
Nobody-
what?
Humans created
God
God,
is
to help
uncreated.
understand the
No one
universe.
created
because their
God.
So where did
God
God
is
come from?
uncreated.
Jesus
Where did God come
Christ.
from?
God
God isn't
came
created.
from the
It's pure.
imagination of humans.
This is okay. This is really dumb because you have
This is
Anson
not
giving.
dumb.
Yeah, it
It's
is
a good
because
question.
no, it
What
isn't.
Steelman said, it's a good question. Who
What
created
is-
God?
God.
Humans.
No?
Do you see?
Are you a catechumen, Cecil? Or are you?
He's a
Yes, I am
catechumen.
catechumen. I
Oh.
don't speak for the church. I'm just speaking for what I believe. I tell everyone to go to church. A priest is the only one who will guide you on the proper way. But I will
I was
tell
just
you
curious.
what I
It wasn't a jab. I was just
So,
curious.
so
Cecil.
Cecil, can I-
Okay,
Yes.
wait. I agree. Listen. I agree with you when it comes to all of that. Okay, he's not this. You're not what you're not understanding is
That
Steelman
I will
and Anson are not are pride. No, they're prideful. They don't care.
It's not
Yeah, but look
prideful.
other
Yeah,
than
it's
their
pure
And they
pride.
don't
prideful.
realize
Look at them.
what you said a
Look at
moment ago
them
to
as an
Cecil was literally
individual.
pride when you
Like,
said,
look,
"I have no problem."
Anson, I can't work with Anson. All right,
No,
that guy is too
it's
far
quite the
gone.
opposite of
But
pride,
Steelman,
Patrick. Pride
Steelman,
is
if
saying
he will
I have
actually go to
problems.
liturgy, if Steelman go to liturgy,
Just
like
listen.
that means a
Oh
world.
God.
You don't think that's God's work if he actually go to liturgy?
Yes, the things I don't think he
See,
will.
see, Patrick, no pride is saying I've given up my pride and authority and everything to God. I've given up all my problems to God. I have no problems. God has my problems, and He's taking care of them.
That's not what we believe.
That's not
That's
how
not
it
true. That's not
works.
That's
true.
not what you believe, but that's what I know. See the difference? That's why I have no problems, and that's not a pride thing. It's the
I
opposite of
know.
pride.
It definitely sounds from perception. It sounds like a pride thing for sure.
It is.
But if you look at it from a Christian lens, you realize it's
It is a
actually the
pride.
opposite of pride, and
I
you're the one
am
who has the
No,
pride.
looking at it from
from
a
a
Christian
Christian
lens, and I'm
lens,
looking
Okay,
at
it's
it
a
from the
pride.
enough. I'm done. I need to go to sleep. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Alright,
give. I'm gonna go ahead and give every single one of you at the last moment, so they can go ahead and give your exit. We're gonna start with Cecil. Cecil, anything you have to say before I drop you?
Yeah. Hey, God bless y'all. I love you guys much. Go to liturgy. Go to church. Orthodox church.
Thank you, Cecil. Steelman, give us your exit.
All right, I'll check it out. Fuck the Jannies. Good to see you guys. And Jesus was a mushroom. Much love. Peace.
Oh God, you were doing so good with the Janice. Anson.
Yeah, for my final moment, I will read Marilyn's chat. We are purpose. We are worth. We are the path. That's what you don't get if you are a leader or you're a follower. You have a problem. We draw from the well that never runs dry. Fuck these gatekeepers.
Okay. Thank you for your last words, Hanson. As always, you're always welcome. Do you want to have another conversation like the other time?
Oh, I don't know what we said the other. So I just sort of do something like if I have to plan it in advance, it'll be way worse. Dude.
I'm
Like,
just no. I'm just saying that do you have a free day that you wanna come into my channel? We
yeah,
can have a conversation.
yeah, man. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, hook up with me on Discord, man.
Yeah, I'll send you a message.
Yeah.
Patrick, God bless you. Anything you want to say?
Thank you, brother. It's been a interesting evening. It's been great talking with everybody. I really appreciate you letting me come on, and appreciate everybody having good conversation. If anybody is curious what the Orthodox faith is in the long and short, you can look at the creed, the symbol of faith. You can even go to the oca.org. I'm not a member of the Orthodox Church of America, but it's going to be we all have the same creed. I'm not going to read the whole thing here just because it's a couple paragraphs, but it's very short, very simple, and I think yeah, that's the absolute long and short of it. I appreciate you again, Emmet, and you guys have a good night.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the explanation of the energies. That was very interesting. But thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem, bro.
I always say that's like the hardest part of the philosophy for me, because I have like the actual troubles trying to explain it. It's not easy.
Really?
Yeah, I mean not the energy, like not the distinction between the person and the energies, but the like the divine association with the with communion.
With the communion?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little bit more. That's kind of more complicated to actually get.
I'll tell you this. All right. One of the things that really made me I mean, obviously going to liturgy helps a lot. and stuff like that, just being in the church. And I mean, going to coffee hour, I would encourage anybody that goes to Orthodox Church to stay and talk with people at coffee hour, because after every liturgy, every Orthodox church has a meal, or at least a time where everybody has some light refreshments and coffee and stuff, because we're all breaking a fast. We all fast prior to receiving communion for the morning prior. I was talking with a friend of mine at church one day, and I was like, like, because we experience a liturgy in heaven, like at least for me, and this is the teaching of the church as well. Like, whenever we all have our liturgies, we enter the liturgy in heaven, and we're all participating in the liturgy in heaven. So like, all of us Orthodox Christians throughout time and history, and all across the world, are all joining together in the liturgy in heaven. And so I was asking my friend, I was like, like, what do you think Christ is doing during the liturgy when we join the liturgy in heaven? And he showed me an icon of a couple angels around the altar, and Christ was just sitting in a cup, and it was like the Eucharist. And I was like, that probably is what he's doing during the Eucharist and during the liturgy. So it's pretty cool. I think that I tried to give a very succinct way of talking about it. I mean, really, the easiest way to understand it is, I mean, God became flesh, right? He became material matter.
Yeah.
And so it's in the same way that he had.
That's not necessarily what I mean. What I mean is the actual, the
doctrine itself.
The proper theological, logical explanation of how you get to the energies going into into communion. That's the thing that's kind of hard for me to get there logically. I know there are ways, but yeah, it's a little bit more complicated.
We'd have to have an in-depth talk about that one time, because I'm not necessarily sure what your hangups are, or like what your hurdles are. I guess it would be maybe a better way to say it. But yeah, we'd have to have a more in-depth talk about it one day.
Well, I don't have a hurdle. Like, I believe it's true, absolutely. I'm just talking about the explanation. Like, the proper explanation is. It's like, I know it's true. I know there's the energies of God are here. I know I'm communing with God by having by partaking in communion. I just the explanation is what really cost me a little bit more to explain. That's all I mean.
Like trying to explain it to someone else?
Yeah, like doing that's kind of complicated, right? But I don't mean it. I mean in the. I've heard Jay say it a couple of times. I've heard other people to try to explain it. So like that's what makes it more complicated. So thank you, Patrick. That was the.
You're absolutely welcome, and I would encourage you. I mean, just like everything we do, we almost always start with Christology, even when we explain soteriology, and that's why I even explained Christology to then explain how it happens at the Eucharist too. So. Yeah, absolutely, bro. But I hope you have a good night. I know you need to get to bed. And so I appreciate you as always.
Have an excellent one, Patrick.
Yes, sir. You too.
Okay, so my chat is rebelling against me, which is fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a minute of silence for Cat's Tism. I tried to do it during the panel, but it was impossible. So we're gonna have a moment of silence for Cat Tism. Okay, we're back. So, yeah, this was interesting. All the way interesting. I don't understand how I always go back into theological debates when I'm not into theological debates at all. Like ever. But it's I guess that's what it is. Yeah. I will make a video about the other part of the stream. The other part of the stream is way more interesting for me. It was about politics and how I see that we can act in accordance. I really hope you all have a blessed night and that you can have an excellent time. I'm gonna go ahead and hopefully, well, I know there's gonna be Among Us later tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna be awake. I hope I can. But I'm gonna shield Abe's oh, it is on. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead.
Streaming, so there's nothing much.
Yay. I don't know if this is the case, but just go over there. You know, tell him tell him that the immigrants have arrived, and if he's like, no, it's not time. Yeah, just go there. Bug him. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I'm sorry the panel was a little bit brutal. The stream was kind of cool though, and I wish we could have gone into more of the forced doctrine idea versus libertarian than the whole debate of the whole theological debate. So yeah. I'll be here probably tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to go to sleep too early because I usually stay up late at night. So I'm gonna try to do that. I'm right today though. To finish this, I do have one thing to show. Wait. Oh no, I don't have one thing. To finish this, I will just set you off with the music that you all want, because that's the only thing you wanna. Okay, that's the true thing. That's what you really wanna. Have a blessed time. Emmet.